coming out that Ronald potentially had history instead of Donald, or Donald says that, I don't think that's going to be the end of the world in the case. Again, it's out there that he had a past, and a not so distant past, especially because we've got the ankle monitor on. So do your best to keep him on his history, but if he says something, we're not going to, freak out because he says something about Ronald's history. Agreed?
Yes, ma'am. There's one to ask though. Can we do it first pre-trial? Wait, not pre-trial. Outside the hearing of the jury, can you ask him?
Let's get. Can you get Mr. Barnes,
what
please?
There is one kind of inflammatory charge conviction. Sex offender. So what I didn't want to say is
of his.
I don't know who, but
I think that's Mark's. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't want him to be asking him, just running down the list from the jury. Have you been convicted of this? Have you been convicted of that? And then say sex offense.
But we don't think that's his. You don't think that's his.
I believe that's.
Marcus.
I can't get into my portal account now. It's just.
Well, I gave you printed copies of the criminal issues.
Yes, I don't think, I'm almost certain that particular issue is related to Mark and not to
Okay.
this witness, but I will ask him.
Mr. Barnes, so before we bring the jury in, I'm going to let Mr. Wilkerson ask you some questions without the jury here about your criminal history. Okay, and so it's important. I know there's a lot of things that seem to be confusing because you and your brother sometimes use each other's names and we're convicted of the same things, different things. We're trying to get to the bottom of just what your criminal history is. And so keep in mind, that you're under oath. And so if you'll help get that all cleared up, and then once we get in front of the jury, Mr. Wilkerson will be able to ask you only about yours and not about anybody else's. Okay? Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes. Good morning. So with regard to your criminal history, specifically what I'm looking for are convictions or adjudications within the last 10 years. It looks like...
Good morning, Dr. Shu.
Good morning.
Would you please state your full name for the court reporter and spell it, please?
Full name by Yang Xu. First name Baiyang, last name Xu.
And Dr. Shu, please speak up. It's Shu, right? Is that how? Am I close? Speak up. I want to make sure all the jurors on the far end there can hear what you have to say. How are you employed, Dr. Shu?
Right now, I'm working as a forensic pathologist in the medical forensic in Jefferson, in Beaumont.
Forensic medical management here in Beaumont?
Yeah.
How long have you been with forensic medical management?
About 1.5 years.
1.5 years? I'm sorry, I'm a little hard of hearing, and I just want to make sure that the jury can hear you as well, or that they get what your testimony is. Let's talk about your training and your background. What does that include, doctor?
Yeah. First, I graduate from medical school in China and got my MD degree, and after that, I got my residency training in Cleveland, Ohio, in Mental Health Medical Center. And after that, I also got 1 year forensic pathology training in Harris County in the Harris County Medical Examining Office in Houston, Texas.
Forensic pathology, for the layperson, what is that?
Yeah, forensic pathology is study of the, mainly is the study of the cause and manner of the death of the decedent.
The cause and the manner of the death.
Yeah.
And in order to do that, you perform an autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Is there a process or procedure that is kind of standardized in performing an autopsy.
Yes.
What is that, please, for the jury?
So, autopsy usually divided into two parts. First thing is we call it external examination. That is, we receive the remains and we document the closing medical information on the surface of the skin and take off all the dressing and examine the surface of the skin outside, see any disease, trauma, injury, something. And after that, we open the trunk, examine each internal organ to see any disease or trauma. And so during this time, we document by write record in the paper and also take photo. And so after that, we produce a autopsy report. The summary is the finding.
All right, very good. Starts with an external examination and it ends with an internal examination?
Yeah.
Okay. And in this particular case, was there an autopsy performed as it relates to a Ronald Barnes?
Yeah.
Who performed that particular autopsy?
It's Dr. McLean.
Dr. William McLean?
Yeah, yeah.
And Dr. William McLean was unable to be here today, obviously, correct?
Yeah.
Did you review Dr. McLean's autopsy prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Have you reviewed other pathologists' autopsies before and testified as to whether or not you agree with their findings?
So each case is not myself performed.
Repeat that for me.
So I review everything of this case, from the photo, from the paper documentation, and also this report. Everything I try to get, I review that.
So you reviewed everything associated with this case?
Yes.
And you've testified in court on more than on numerous occasions, right?
Yeah.
And you testified as an expert witness as well, correct?
Yes.
And you, as an employee of forensic medical management, you obviously have access to these records, which would make you what we call a custodian of record, correct?
Yes.
And as a custodian of record, you can also testify that these records, the autopsy of Dr. McLean, was created at or near the time that he performed the autopsy. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And do you have any reason to believe that the autopsy and the photos associated with the autopsy have been altered in any way?
No, this.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Shu, I'll show you what I have marked here as states exhibits 36 through 43. I'm going to ask you to take a look at these and let me know if you recognize those, please.
Yeah, this is a photo taken at the time of the autopsy, and also this is the autopsy report.
All right, photos associated with the autopsy and autopsy report. And I believe you said that you don't believe these have been altered in any way, right?
Yeah, you are right.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, at this time, State Office 36 through 44, for purposes of the record, I'm changing to defense counsel.
Is it 44 or 43?
I think I misspoke, Judge. 43.
Okay.
Thanks, Judge.
No objection.
States 36 through 43 are admitted.
Let's start with 43, if you don't mind, the autopsy report, the actual one. Did you bring a copy with you?
Yeah.
Please, if at any time, feel free to refer to that if it helps. I want to start with you talked about the process, the external examination first. Let's start with the external examination in this particular case. Were there any remarkable or noteworthy things that were documented as it relates to the external examination for Ronald Barnes?
Yes, so the main thing that is we found the gunshot wound, entrance wound on the left.
Gunshot wound?
Yeah, left arm. That's the last time.
gunshot wound in the arm, is that what you're saying? Left or right arm?
I think left.
Okay. And that was a defect that Dr. McLean noted on the exterior? Was there, or were there any other defects or noteworthy things on the exterior of Ronald Barnes's body?
Besides this fresh gunshot entrance wound, I also have some scar on the chest, especially on the left chest.
And we'll talk about that scarring on the left chest later. Let's move on to the internal examination. What did the internal examination reveal?
So internal examination examined the track of the projectile and based on the autopsy report, there's some muscle damage. Also, the left clavicle bone was fractured.
What about the carotid artery as well?
I think so because in the report it didn't say specifically which artery, but it said large vessel. I think
A
that,
large vessel.
Yeah.
And is it fair to say that that carotid artery is a large vessel in that neck, shoulder area?
Yeah.
And as a result of that projectile, that gunshot wound that traveled through to the clavicle and pierced the carotid artery, or that large vein, as Dr. McLean put it.
Yeah.
What was the result of that?
So there are caused mass bleeding and lost consciousness.
Mass bleeding, loss of consciousness.
Yeah.
And ultimately, would that have been the cause of death?
The cause of that is gunshot wound to the trunk.
And let's go back to those scarring on the chest. What could that have been, or what was that attributed to?
We say that again.
The scarring on the chest. In fact, if you could refer to the front page of that autopsy report, there's also a reference to some. Was there another event that that was noted that had happened to Ronald Barnes before? Had he been shot before? Is what I'm getting at.
Yes.
Okay. And did it appear to have been recent?
I think it is remote.
Okay. That's what I was getting at. Scarring on that chest was from a previous in time gunshot.
Yes.
Wound. And so the cause of death was a gunshot wound through the shoulder, lodging in the clavicle, piercing the carotid artery, and the manner of death. Homicide. Those were the findings of Dr. McLean. Do you agree with those findings after reviewing his report and reviewing the photos associated with his report?
Yeah, absolutely agree.
And speaking of the photos, let's publish those to the jury, with the court's permission.
Yes, sir.
And there's a pointer there if it will help assist you in your testimony. What are we looking at there, Dr. Shu?
This remains after open the body transport bag, and this photo they take without change anything. So this shows exactly what they got.
Without changing anything, after opening up the bag, he was transported in by the mortuary. This is how he appeared.
Yeah.
Okay. And on his chest or belly area, what is that this leg sitting in?
This the label with the autopsy case number.
Okay. And is this a close-up of that autopsy case number?
Yeah.
And that autopsy case number is also affixed to the leg as well,
Yes.
along with the name of the deceased?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit number 39? Is that?
Yeah, that's the victim's head face.
Okay. And in State's 40, what are we looking at there?
This the left shoulder, and here's the gunshot entrance wound.
That's the gunshot entrance room.
Yes.
Wound. State's 41, is that another shot of that entrance room?
Yeah.
Only that it's been kind of cleaned up, is that fair to say?
Yeah, exactly. After cleaning, and you can see clearly feature of the entrance gunshot wound.
And lastly, State's Exhibit number 42, what's the purpose of putting that, the ruler next to the gunshot wound?
Yeah, they tell the size, the shape of the personal entrance wound.
Dr. Shu, I want to talk to you about in your training experience, what you characterize as defensive wounds versus, I guess, maybe someone who's aggressive or engaged in an altercation. What are some of the typical signs of a defensive type of a wound?
Okay, defense of wound is
Can you pull that microphone? Just so the jury, make sure the jury can hear.
Sorry. So that usually is based on the location, and most of the time in the arm, and also something if you are being attacked, you have reaction like something like so. So that any, but this case I didn't see that kind of thing. But that's the basic. This the defense wound is the suspended during the time people was attacked, and the reaction to try to avoid or against that action. So then got that.
Let me ask you this way. I'm sorry to interrupt, Doctor. For instance, if I were coming at you and you had a gun, would it be fair to say if I were rushing you or charging you or maybe wanting to attack you, would it be more likely that I would be shot front on, in straight front, if that makes any sense?
Yeah, but that's
Let me try to get into one other way. Does it make sense for me to attack you with my shoulder coming this way?
no.
Okay, that's what I'm getting. All right. Dr. Shu, I think that's all the questions that I have. I'll pass it to the judge.
Thank you. Mr. Wilkerson?
Morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
The autopsy report, is there a secondary matter considered separate and apart from the external and internal examinations?
I'm not quite understand about your question.
Okay. All right, is there, in conjunction with any autopsy, is there generally a toxicology screen that goes along with that?
Yes.
And in this particular case, what did that toxicology screen show?
It shows some one item is the medication for the anesthetic medication, and we called here's the autopsy report. We called phencyclidine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And phencyclidine, is that commonly referred to as PCP?
You mean I think that's the prescription medication. It's prescribed by doctor.
Okay. Let's clarify. So phencyclidine is, it's a dissociative, correct?
Associate, yeah.
Dissociative.
Yeah, in the victim system in the blood.
And in the United States of America, it is not legal to use phencyclidine on a person, correct?
It's, of course, it's medication, but if you are, maybe you mean if he maybe abused that, so that's a different story. But this illegal. Doctor prescription, this medication give to patient. That's the normal practice. So I don't know what you exactly mean.
Isn't it true, doctor, that phencyclidine is a Schedule I controlled substance?
I think Schedule 2. Yeah, yes.
Isn't it true that in terms of medicine, it is only allowed to be used on large animals in this country?
I'm not sure about that part.
Do you know what PCP is?
PCP?
Mhm.
You mean primary care physician?
No, sir. I mean the drug PCP.
No.
Other examples of dissociatives would include ketamine, correct?
Say that again. I think you mean what in the system also?
Other dissociative medications would include ketamine and dextromethorphan, correct?
Yeah, you mean talking about the medication itself? Yes,
Okay.
but it's not related to this case.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in Texas?
Yes.
Understand that your specialty is forensic pathology. In association with your medical license, are you authorized to issue prescriptions in the state of Texas?
If I apply that, I can get that, but I didn't apply because I do not. I also don't want to prescribe medication to people, so I didn't apply for that.
Okay. What are some of the side effects of phencyclidine?
The main thing I think is hallucination, something like that.
Does it, in high doses, does it include aggression?
I'm not sure. I cannot answer that. I think in my knowledge, I don't think that way. But I'm really not expert of the medication. So but to me, this medication is just for the anesthesia. Before the anesthesia, they give this medication to calm down the dissident. No, not the patient. Sorry.
Okay, so when you conduct an autopsy, the toxicology report goes with that autopsy, correct?
We perform autopsy and we collect the fluid, body fluid, including blood, urine, bile, and we submit to the lab. That we try to get the analysis to see what in the system. So in this case, the autopsy report come back with this medication in the blood.
Okay. Does addressing the cause of death include an evaluation of the chemical substances in the body?
Yes.
Okay. And so, is it important for a forensic pathologist to be familiar with these types of drugs.
Yeah.
And you're alleging that encyclidine is used in anesthesia in the United States and Texas for people, for human beings.
That part I really don't know exactly, but that in my mind, in my knowledge, what I said is my knowledge, but I think so, but I'm not sure, 100% sure.
All right. What are in general the effects of the category of drugs known as dissociatives?
I cannot answer your question. I don't know. May I say something more? As a forensic pathologist, we are not expert in the medication, every medication, but common use, abuse medication, we have to be familiar. And some special medication, we are not understand every medication, but the report, autopsy report, they always give you the instruction, say what kind of this kind of medication and what's the side effect, what's the therapeutic level, what's the toxic level. They always explain in the report. So if you, as a forensic pathologist, you don't know, if you don't know the medication, you can refer in this report. So this answer your question. But I understand that this medication is 290 grams per meal. The level is not lethal level. You cannot kill people. But this is possible to produce some kind of the side effect, including hallucination. But that's what I understand.
Okay, so you're talking about the test results in this autopsy showing 200 milligrams per milliliter of blood, correct?
Not milligram. Milligram is
Nanograms?
Yeah.
Okay, 200 nanograms per milliliter of blood, right? And in terms of the cutoff screening amount, that's 10 nanograms per milliliter of blood, correct?
Cut off 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. The level at which a substance has to be present in order to come back with a positive test result, that amount is 10 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And if a person, let's presuppose for a minute that you're right and PCP is prescribed to humans, or I'm sorry, phencyclidine is prescribed to human beings, that would only be in an operating room setting, correct?
Possible.
Okay, are you saying that it would be used outside of the operating room?
I don't know.
Pass the witness.
No further questions for Dr. Shu. May he be excused, Judge?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're excused. You may call.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
The state calls Lieutenant Cody Courts.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You'll please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
Please state your full name for the court reporter.
Cody Lee Courts.
And Lieutenant Courts, how are you employed, sir?
I work with the Beaumont Police Department.
How long have you been with BPD?
17 years.
And your training and background, what does that include, sir?
I've been to investigations training. I've trained on video systems, particularly Fusus, and license plate reader systems, particularly Flock, and just a lot of basic law enforcement training and supervision training.
And we're going to drill down a little bit more on the Flock cameras later. But what were your duties? Well, what are your current duties right now?
I supervise the Real-Time Crime Center.
Would you pull that? Thank you.
Is that okay?
It's better. It's not great, but it's better.
The Real-Time Crime Center, or the RTCC, as some people refer to it, right?
Yes, sir.
And please tell the jury what the RTCC, or the Real-Time Crime Center, consists of.
The Real-Time Crime Center currently consists of 4 analysts that assist patrol officers and detectives using technology like video technology, license plate recognition software, and just kind of anything that involves video or tech to help patrol officers and detectives. We have been staffed with the 4 civilians since January of this year.
Essentially, the RTC is pulling in data from various cameras around the city. Am I oversimplifying that?
That is basically one part of it. They also, of course, have access to our records management system and different investigative tools to look up, histories and addresses and things like that.
Does the RTCC also get or have access to what's called license plate readers, or LPRs?
Correct.
You've mentioned the Flock cameras. What are they?
So Flock is a vendor that makes license plate recognition cameras. The license plate recognition cameras take still photographs of anything that passes them, kind of like a game camera, that you would set up at a deer stand. And then they have software that can interpret the color, make, model, things like that of a vehicle, and of course they record the license plates.
So you've got the license plate readers, you got Flock. What about Fusus? What are Fusus cameras?
So Fusus is a vendor that allows us to stream live video from different locations through memorandums of understanding through consent. So if you have a gas station, we can install a device at the gas station that can stream their own security cameras back to us. And that's how it works with basically any camera that we can get access to. It just streams video back to us. So basically Fusus is for video, Flock is for license plate recognition.
And then you've got the old school, like at Walmart, surveillance cameras. And let's say something happens there and you want either a commercial camera, surveillance camera, or even at somebody's home. Is there a way for them to email or provide Fusus with that video footage?
Correct, and Fusus isn't the only vendor that allows that. There are several law enforcement systems that can allow a citizen to send us their Ring video or Blink video, or Walmart to submit evidence to us. And also there's the old way of going to Walmart with a flash drive or a DVD and having them give you the video.
All right, very good. Is there a way, using all of these various sources, the LPRs, the license plate readers, the Flock, the Fusus, the surveillance cameras, personal and commercial, to track the movements of a particular vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And is that one of the functions at the RTCC?
Yes, sir.
And back on October the 11th of 2024, were you asked to review that or those data points and track the movement and travel related to a vehicle bearing the license plate number TZL5462.
Yes, sir.
Specifically,
Sorry, thank you.
specifically tracking the data for that vehicle on the date of September the 14th of 2024, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in doing so, are you able or were you able to generate a report?
Yes, sir.
And that report would have certain things included on it, not only the license plate number that you tracked, but the date that it was tracked.
Correct.
It'll also have a location. Let's talk about those locations. I mean, there aren't Fusus cameras on every corner, right?
Correct.
They're just in select locations around the city, right?
Now, concerning this would be flock cameras that we're talking about, because we're talking about license plate readers. But correct, there are not Fusus or flock cameras on every single corner in the city.
All right, very good. So that means that if you're tracking a vehicle, two things. One, that you can't necessarily pinpoint with 100% accuracy where that vehicle is at any given time. Is that fair to say?
Other than when it's in front of that license plate reader, no, sir.
But from one license plate reader to another license plate reader, you can kind of get a good picture, right? Of
Correct.
the travel and the times associated with the travel and the location of the travel. You can get a picture.
Yes, sir.
And along with the date and the location where that camera or that vehicle is picked up on the camera, there is also GPS coordinates that's available
Yes, sir.
for part of the data. Those GPS coordinates, can they be used to also create a map or a demonstrative aid for someone to get a better picture of the travel of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
In fact, it even has like GPS coordinates. I'll just leave it there. The data that was collected for that license plate that I just referenced, was it used to create or track the movement of that vehicle on September 14th of 2024?
Yes, sir.
Now, you, in your capacity, you have access to those records, which would make you what we call a custodian of record, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those data or data points in the database that was created as a result, they were made at or near the time when the event or events took place. Is that
Yes,
fair to
sir.
say? And you reviewed that data. Does that data appear to be changed, manipulated, or altered in any way?
No, sir.
In fact, throughout your time there at RTCC, have you known the data that you received to be reliable?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, sir.
All right, several things here. I've got a USB drive here. Did you have an opportunity to look at this USB drive in my office yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And
Is that one labeled?
it is, I have to thank you, Judge. I'm showing you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit number 44. And State's 44, you looked at it yesterday in my office. We opened up the file. It contained data related to that license plate of that vehicle that you just testified to from that date of September 14th of 2024.
Yes, sir.
And what we've done is, per the court's procedure or instructions, we've separated those three files out from that one USB, and I'll mark those individually. We'll mark them as 45, 46, and 47.
So 44 contains the other three all in together. Okay.
Now, I represent to you that what we've done is we've broken out 44, and we've taken that individual file out. On 44, on that file, what was contained, what were those files on that 44?
So there's a locations video file, which is a visual representation of where the vehicle traveled on that day using the flock license plate reader devices and also Axon license plate reader devices that are in every Beaumont police car. It's marked. There are also photos and locations of the vehicle, and they're through on a PDF file, which is basically the video file but in a printable form. And there are the LPR locations, which is downloaded into a spreadsheet directly from Block.
All right, and that's what I've marked as 45, 46, and 47. And lastly, I'm marking this document here, states 48, and do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
What is that document?
This document is the file downloaded directly from Block. It's a spreadsheet of the license plate, the time of the license plate, passed by license plate reader, the GPS data, the file name, and the location.
So it's fair to say that this states 48 is essentially the raw data that went into creating the locations video, the photos and locations, and the LPR locations.
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers states 44 through 48, and for purposes of the record, they've been previously provided to the defense counsel in discovery, and continuing to the defense counsel for inspection.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection to 44, 45, 46, 47, 48.
Correct.
They're all admitted?
Permission to publish this?
Yes, sir.
Alright, Lieutenant Court, let's start with 48. This is that raw data that we were talking about. There's a pointer up there on the bar if you want to use it, and the screen there behind you. But I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. But
Yeah.
this essentially it's a spreadsheet, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, then on the left we've got, if you want, you can point to it through here. We've got the license plate number. We've got the date next to the right of that. And we've got, what's ALPR? Is that the license plate reader?
Yes, it's automated license plate reader. It's
Okay.
just, A is automated.
And then we've got the location where the flock camera picked up the vehicle,
Correct.
right? For instance, the top line, there's Delaware and Dowling. So there's a flock camera there, Delaware and Dowling, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's good to know. And so on, different streets and different locations listed in that particular column. Next to that, to the right of that, is the GPS coordinates, or coordinates that you referred to earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Next, I want to move on to states 44. What are we looking at there, Lieutenant?
So this is a visual representation of that vehicle's travels on the night of September 14th.
It's a visual representation that you created using that data that you just testified about.
Correct.
What you've essentially done is taken that data and you dumped it into a computer software named ArcGIS, is that the name of it?
Correct.
And ArcGIS allows you to create this kind of a, what are your words, how do you describe this?
I would describe that as a visual representation of where the vehicle traveled along with the photographs of the vehicle as it traveled, so that it's more simple to tell where the vehicle was in the world than looking at a spreadsheet.
You're just looking at the raw data or something,
Correct.
some printout, okay. And ArcGIS, is that, have you found that particular software to be reliable?
Yes, sir. It's a GPS software that I believe uses either Google Maps or Microsoft, so it's basically the same thing.
And is it used, as far as you know, by other law enforcement agencies?
Yes, sir.
And would it assist this jury in understanding the testimony if you were able to, if I was able to play it?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Now, maybe, just let me know when, or just at what point you want me to pause it. I'll let you drive this thing.
Sure. Okay, so at midnight 21, it was at Delaware eastbound at Dallin, and you can go a little bit.
So on the left side, we've got like the actual photo, right, from the flock camera? Is that what we've
Correct.
got?
So this is the picture that the block camera takes of that vehicle, and then the time is right here. So it's 12:21 and 10 seconds.
And as those photos scroll, your map on the right, the points change to correspond to the photo. Is that how this works?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, just let me know when you want me to pause it.
Okay, you can pause it. This is at 1:23 in the morning at 7190 Highway 105 at Walker Branch. So this is a license plate reader that's owned by the Housing and Urban Development. And this is showing the vehicle entering Walker Branch. It's not on 105. It's actually coming into the parking lot of that apartment complex.
So essentially making its way down, which direction are we talking about?
So if
Is it
you're-
still going east on 105?
So it would have gone eastbound on Delaware, and then I don't know how it got to Walker Branch, because obviously there's, a lot of streets to get there. It seems like there was about an hour and 2 minutes between those two plate reads. So to get from one spot to the other, I can't really say how it got there, but I know that at 1:23 in the morning, that vehicle was entering Walker Branch apartment complex.
All right. Let me know when you want me to stop.
Okay, you can stop there. That vehicle, that's a front license plate read from this vehicle exiting Walker Branch. I know that it's exiting because those license plate readers are designed to pick up the rear license plate, and they're designed to pick up vehicles that are entering the apartment complex. So I know that vehicle was actually traveling out of that apartment complex at 1:34 in the morning. Okay, you can stop it.
So before you go on, is it fair to say that the direction of travel of this vehicle is eastward now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's going east from, say, the Delaware major area?
Correct. This is 3 minutes later, and this is eastbound 105 at East Tex. So it would make sense that it was traveling from the Walker Branch apartment complex to that location.
All right, sorry to interrupt, please go ahead.
Okay, you can play it. Okay, you can stop it for a second. So this plate read right here is at 4940 Concord Road. I don't have a direction of travel on it because this is not a flock license plate reader. This is an Axon license plate reader from a police car. So at 1:40 in the morning, that vehicle passed a police car at 4940 Concord Road. And like I said, I didn't indicate the direction of travel because that's not a stationary plate reader. That's a police car plate reader that the vehicle passed. Okay, you can stop that. So 1:40, that vehicle traveled past a license plate reader on Concord at Pinkston southbound, so it's traveling south on Concord at 1:40.
Kind of making, or at least in the direction of travel, working toward like I-10 or downtown, or at least headed in that direction on it.
Correct, it is. Okay, that's another plate read at Gulf. Same situation. It's going southbound Gulf Street at Caldwell. Gulf Street, Concord Road actually turns into Gulf Street as you go southbound in that area of town. So it's pretty much staying on the same path.
Orient the jury with that map. What are the major thoroughfares there?
So the major thoroughfares in this area of town are Gulf Street, I-10, Magnolia I would consider a major thoroughfare. Concord Road, which you can see kind of does something weird right here, but Concord Road actually is the same thing as Gulf Street going right here. So Concord Road and Gulf Street separate around this area. Okay, so you can stop it. So he was going southbound, now he's going northbound MLK at Caldwell, which I believe is right here. So another interesting thing about Concord Road and Gulf Street is MLK goes up right here and doesn't become Concord until right here. So you're talking about essentially the same sort of thoroughfare for all intents and purposes, Gulf, Concord, and MLK, but MLK going northbound right here. So he went from southbound in this area to northbound right here. And that's at 155 in the morning.
All right. 155A.
Correct.
All right.
Okay, you can pause it. So at 210, which I guess would be about 25 minutes later, he's back southbound right here. So he went from this spot right here that said 8, and about 25 minutes later, he was southbound going this way. So he was going northbound, there's 25 minutes, and then he was going southbound right here. You can pause it right there.
Sorry,
That's okay.
I'll run it back a little bit.
Okay. All right, so then at 221, he's northbound on Magnolia at Elm. Okay, you can play it.
Northbound now.
Correct.
Just essentially turn back or U-turn.
It would be most reasonable that he would go southbound here and then go back northbound on Magnolia. But like I said, I don't know what happens in between those two.
Oh.
All right, you can pause it. And then at 242, he's westbound on Delaware, so traveling this way on Delaware at Concord Road.
So there was essentially a 20-minute gap from when that vehicle U-turned or ended up changing direction somehow and started headed back north up Magnolia and then changed direction to head west on Delaware.
Correct.
Can you make out, you may need to stand up for this, but can you make out any of those streets at the top right hand of the screen?
Over here?
Yeah, move over maybe just a little to the left. Can you see any of those streets at the top right here?
This is West Avenue. I cannot tell the names of these. That, I believe, is St. Helena.
Do you see Ives Street up there?
Yes, sir. Ives Street is right here.
So conceivably, is it possible that during that 20-minute interval from when that vehicle changed direction and before it started heading west on Delaware, if there's no flock cameras in that area, is it conceivable that that vehicle traveled to that area?
Absolutely. That trip at 2:40 in the morning would not take very long at all. Okay, and this is just another one, 11th Street southbound at Delaware at 2:43. And then about an hour and 20 minutes later, Delaware westbound at Concord. And then this is a police car read at 2695 Delaware on an Axon plate reader from our police car.
It's about 4 in the morning, right?
Correct.
And it's at Delaware. Is it close to 11th Street?
That location on Delaware is pretty close to 11th Street, yes. In fact, it's almost at the intersection.
Now, if let's say if someone took a left on 11th Street, they're working their way back down toward I-10 again. Are there certain hotels or motels along 11th Street there?
Yes, sir.
Is one of them the Heritage Inn, if you know?
Yes, sir. It's, I think technically it's on I-10, but it is I-10 just off of 11th Street.
And is that essentially it for the video?
Correct, yes, sir.
Did you have any other involvement in this case, Lieutenant?
No, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll pass it with Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Mr. Wilkerson?
At the time the vehicle's traveling, you cannot see who's in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Were you responsible for identifying who that vehicle belonged to?
No, sir.
And so essentially your part was to, well, how did you determine what license plate you were looking for?
I believe I was given that by the detective. I'm not quite, it's been a little while, so I can't remember who exactly gave me that license plate, but I believe the detective who was working on that case gave me that license plate.
Okay, so basically your involvement was you were given a license plate, you pulled up the locations during that time frame that you reviewed with the state's attorney, and then compiled that data and turned it back over.
Correct.
Thank you. Pass the bridge.
Thank you.
Nothing further from Lieutenant Coach, may he be excused, Judge.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And you're placed under the rule, and you know what that means.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a good day.
Maria, would you please state your full name for the court reporter and spell it, please?
India's Meridian, IMTIYAC. Last name Meridian, MAREDIA.
Thank you for being here this morning, Mr. Morita. I understand you drove in from Houston. We appreciate that. Please tell the jury how you are, well, do you own the Heritage Inn?
I own the Heritage.
And how long have you been the owner of the
I
Heritage Inn?
have been from 2001.
Okay. And the Heritage Inn, for the jurors who aren't familiar with the area where it's located, please tell them where it is.
It's located on I-10. It's on the intersection of I-10 and 69.
Now, does it also have access, or is it near 11th Street as well?
That's right. 11th Street is the closest exit from I-10.
Very good. And the Heritage Inn, is it equipped with surveillance video?
That's right. We do
Yeah.
have two systems.
You have two systems there. In fact, you got two systems, but is it fair to say that it captures multiple camera angles throughout the entire
That's
Heritage
right.
Inn?
That's right.
Different floors? How many different floors are there on the
We
Heritage?
have 3 floors in total.
All right. 3 floors, multiple camera angles on each floor?
Each floor.
Camera angles facing out into the parking lot as well?
That's right.
Camera angles in the lobby?
That's right.
And have those cameras throughout your time as the owner, have you known them to be reliable cameras that are capable of making an accurate recording?
Yes.
And do you have any reason to doubt that back on September the 14th of 2024, that camera system was not properly operated?
No.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Mr. Merida, I'm going to show you what I have marked as State Exhibit number 49. I understand that my co-counsel, Ms. Simmons, may have already showed you the contents of that USB drive.
Yes.
And what are the contents of that USB drive?
Recordings from the camera system.
And there are multiple recordings on here, is it fair to say?
That's right.
Multiple, like, short little snippets of recording. Why so many and why so short?
So these cameras are motion detected. So every motion that it detects, it makes a recording of that.
And then when there's no more motion, it essentially goes to sleep.
Closes itself down.
All right, so,
That way we can save some space on the system.
fine, very good. Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer States 49, and for the record, it's been previously provided to defense counsel in discovery and changed to inquiry.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 49 is admitted.
Mr. Meridia, that's all I need you for. Thanks for making the trip. All right.
Hang on just a second. Do you have any questions of Mr. Meridia?
Just one. Are the date and time stamps on the camera accurate, so far as you know?
The date is always accurate. It's just the time is, we do not have a daylight saving time system on there.
Okay.
So we don't change it.
So the timestamps would not be accurate then?
Accurate just as far as daylight saving is that 1 hour.
Okay, so other than the hour difference, the timestamps are all accurate.
All active, yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkerson, for pointing that out. I forgot to mention that. So it doesn't affect the accuracy of the recording, it's just that
No.
you just don't make it a practice to change the.
Time every day, let's say, time one backward or forward, we do that.
So just to put a point on it, a fine point on it, if, say, for instance, we have a video on this USB drive that says it shows an event occurring at 3:54 a.m., it is very possible that it could actually be 2:54 a.m.
It's very possible.
And Judge, I'll also offer States 50, which is a summary of States 49, because of this witness's testimony about them being multiple clips. I mean, how many clips are we talking about? We're talking about more than 100.
And maybe the 1,000, it depends on how many days you have.
So, Judge, I've got a compilation video of all of those small clips that have been consolidated into one continuous clip on States 50, and I'll offer that as a summary of States 49. And I've previously provided to Mr. Wilkerson what I call a compilation of all those videos.
No objection.
50 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Meridian. Safe trip, sir.
Any objection to Mr. Meridia being excused?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're excused and you're placed under the rule. It just means that you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone other than the lawyers or the investigators. You're not allowed to be in the courtroom for anyone else's testimony, and you're not allowed to watch any of the proceedings on YouTube. All right, thank you, sir. You're excused. You may call your next witness.
Now, the state calls Imran Kale.
Was Mr. Kell here yesterday?
He was.
Okay, you were here and sworn in yesterday. Have a seat, sir. And if you'll just do your best, kind of pull that microphone a little closer. Make sure you speak loudly and clearly so everyone can hear you. Also, if it's a yes or a no question, be sure to say yes or no and not just an or a head nod so the court reporter can take everything down. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Kale. Would you please state your full name for the court reporter and spell your full name, please?
My name is Imran Kale, I-M-R-A-N, last name K-H-A-I-L.
Mr. Kell, please do me a favor and speak up as loud as you can so all the jurors can hear what you have to say. Mr. Kell, are you the owner of the property that's associated with the Amigos Food Mart?
Yes,
And where is that property?
on 1695 College Street, off of Avenue D and close to MLK.
And that property there, I figure out how to ask it. Well, is it, or at least back on September the 14th of 2024, was it equipped with recording equipment?
Equipped with the recording? Yes.
Yes. And you, as the owner of that property, you certainly had access to that, not only the property, but the recording equipment if you chose to.
Yes.
And do you have any reason to believe that that recording equipment was not functioning properly back on September the 14th of 2024?
It was functioning.
Very good. And just to give this jury an idea, Amigos Food Mart, is it directly off College?
Yes.
Okay. And the camera, at least the particular camera angle that I'm focusing on, what does it view? What perspective does it show?
It's toward the parking lot and the gas pumps.
Okay. Parking lot and the gas pumps. That particular window or the view through the camera, is there, or are there some distinct features that you see through that particular angle?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you know what I'm getting at. I mean, what do you see?
The grill and see the parking lot outside.
If you see those things, as you refer to the grill, you see the gas pumps, even though you may not have personally made that recording, you recognize that to be coming from that particular security equipment.
Yes.
And do you have any reason to doubt that, well, let me do this. Mark it. Air Force Witness.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kell, I'm showing you one of the Mark States Exhibit number 51. It's got a label on the back side. You viewed the video that's contained on this USB drive in my office yesterday, right?
Yes.
Is this the video that you just testified to?
Yes.
And again, any reason to believe it's been altered, manipulated, or changed in any way?
No, sir.
There's a statement off of States 51. It's been previously provided to the defense counsel in discovery. I'm tendering to him for it in discussion.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Mr. Kell, appreciate you being here. That's all I need you for.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Hang on just a second, Mr. Kell. Mr. Wilkerson, do you have any questions?
Just one. Are the timestamps on the recording accurate?
The timestamp? Yes.
Date as well?
Date as well, yes.
Thank you. Pass
Thank
away.
you. Anything else, Mr. Coleman?
No, no.
Thank you, Mr. Kell. You're excused.
Thank you.
You may call your next witness.
The state calls Detective Saeed Sarant.
Good morning, sir. If you please raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Sarant. Morning. Would you please state your full name for the court reporter and spell your name, please?
My name is Saeed Sarant, S-A-E-D-S-E-R-R-A-N-T.
And how are you employed, detective?
I'm a promiscuous persons detective with Inglewood Police Force.
All right. And your training and background, undoubtedly, you are a certified police officer, right?
Yes,
Okay. Any specialized training outside of the police academy?
as far as
Just any additional training you had? I'm just curious.
yeah, I'm a driving instructor for the police department. Yeah, so that is-
Okay. All right. Your duties, did we talk about that? What they told you?
no, sir.
Where are we?
I investigate crimes from simple assault to robbery, ag robbery, all the way up to homicide.
I'd like to take you back to September the 19th of 2024. Did you have an occasion to stop a blue Chevrolet Malibu?
Yes,
And the driver of that Malibu, who was he identified to be?
His name was Brandon.
Brandon Dowd.
Yes.
And the traffic stop and your interaction with Brandon Dodd, was it captured on a recording device?
Yes.
This recording device, normally it's referred to as a body-worn camera, but as a detective, you don't ordinarily wear a body-worn camera, do you?
Not regularly.
So during this particular stop, were you carrying it or holding it? Was that what you were doing?
Yes.
And when you made contact with Brandon Dodd in that blue Chevrolet Malibu, did you utilize that body-worn camera that you were holding to record your interaction with him?
Yes.
Any reason to doubt that that body-worn camera was not functioning properly back on September 19th of 2024?
No, sir.
And you, as the operator of that body-worn camera, you were certainly capable of properly operating it, right?
Yes.
Can I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Showing you Detective Surratt, what I've marked as exhibit number 52. It's got a label on the back side of that. You watched the video in my office, I believe it was yesterday.
Yes.
And the video that you watched is contained on this USB drive. Is it the video that you just testified to about the stop of that man?
Yes.
But for the redactions that we've made necessary for the, for trial, is this a fair and accurate copy, unaltered, of that traffic stop?
Yes.
Our office states 52 has been previously provided to the defense counsel in discovery on tenure to him for his inspection.
Judge, I object to the hearsay nature, specifically of the statements made by Brandon Dodd.
Judge, talk about redactions. I think that was addressed in the redactions.
So are you objecting to something other than what's already presented, or is there?
As far as the videos are concerned, it's the stop of someone other than the defendant. So,
That vehicle is inextricably woven in this obvious judge. It's the vehicle that, and the evidence will show you, was fighting all night. And Brandon Dodd gave short, that was wrong in the vehicle. And that vehicle gave that same license plate that we picked up the short cameras.
So the statements that are on it, are they?
We have to, the only thing I'm telling you is, the initial interaction between the detectives, is Brandon Dodd's I do. I think that's it. I'm pretty sure that's all the same. Everything after when he identified.
Okay, so then what would the objection be?
if that's
I can't.
but anyway,
Okay. States 52 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say, Detective, you're riding in the passenger seat of that vehicle,
Yes, sir.
holding that body-worn camera in your lap?
Yes, sir.
What type of a vehicle are you guys trailing at this point?
It's a Chevy Malibu.
Are the lights just come on, your takedown lights?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to be sure that we don't get into all of the reasons why this vehicle stopped. Just specifically answer the question that I asked. Is that Detective Gillen in the vehicle with you?
Yes, sir.
What, Judge? There is no sound at all. I just remember all of the sound is coming down.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
What's that in your hand, Detective?
This is driver's license.
And did you use that? That's the driver's license from the driver.
From the driver, yes, sir.
Did you use that driver's license to confirm that this driver was Brandon Dodd?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to fast forward a bit. This video lasts nearly an hour, so I'm just going to skip you a little bit. About 9 minutes and 13 seconds into the video for the record, the driver, Brandon Dodd, gets out of the vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
And about 12 minutes and 6 seconds, we see a pretty good shot of the license plate on that vehicle. And for the record, could you read that license plate into the record, please?
Yes, sir. So, Tom Zebra Lincoln 5462.
And for us that don't speak the Tom Zebra Lincoln language, TZL 5462, right?
Yes, sir.
What I'd like to do is switch the video to States 51 that was previously admitted and authenticated by the owner of the Migos restaurant, or the Migos food store. I'm going to run it back a little bit here. Is it fair to say that there's a vehicle that's pulled up in that parking lot?
Yes, sir.
And I know that you are, or were not a part of this aspect of the investigation, but what I want to point out to you, or what I want to ask you, is whether or not the vehicle in this video, that blue, this vehicle that just pulled up, does it resemble the vehicle that you made the traffic stop on September the 19th of 2024?
Yes, sir.
In that same vehicle, the driver was identified to be Brandon Dodd.
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have for you, Detective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Mr. Wilkerson?
Other than the stop, that included, well, other than the stop that was just discussed, when Brain Dodd was driving the vehicle, what other involvement did you have in investigating this case?
Myself and other detective, interviewed another, individual, in regards to,
Judge, I just want to make sure we're not headed to something that we probably shouldn't be discussing at this point about what another individual said.
What's the concern?
Somebody else said, Judge, and called a mistrial in this case. Somebody said to another interview. There were other suspects that were looking.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to allow you to handle what they said, but he did, and he interviewed, it's fine. Okay.
You indicated that you had sat in an interview of another individual.
well, I actually didn't actually interview them. I helped assisted with locating them to the interview. So,
All right, and, but you weren't present for that interview?
no, sir.
The assistance in locating a separate individual, was that on September 16th of 2024?
I don't remember exactly.
Was that person Justin Berry?
Yes, sir. That was it.
That's what I'm sure.
Nothing further for Detective Sarant. May he be excused.
Any objection to Detective Sarant being excused?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're excused and you're placed under the rule. You know what that means.
Yes, ma'am.
You may call your next
The
witness.
state calls Detective Lance Carmouche.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective. Would you please state your full name for the court reporter? Spell your last name, if you don't mind.
My name is Lance Anthony Carmouche II. Last name spelling is C-A-R-M-O-U-C-H-E.
And how are you employed, Detective?
I'm employed with the Beaumont Police Department for the past almost 18 years as a persons detective.
And your training and background, what does it include?
Training wise, it's investigation, search warrants, interviews, crime scene analyst, like analyzing, and basic investigations.
And were you working in that capacity back on September the 14th of 2024?
Yes, sir.
And were you called out to a location on Ives Street?
Yes, sir.
More specifically, what was that address?
2225 Ives Street.
And once you arrived there on Ives Street, is it fair to say, and I'm going to kind of summarize this because we had testimony on it, what was observed, what was photographed, and essentially what was done there, but from a high level, what did you do when you got there?
Well, my job when I arrived there, I was on call. So basically, it just means that I became a case manager, the case agent. My job was to get all the information, do most of the interviews that I could, fact find all the evidence that I could, hopefully lead to an arrest.
And did you walk through the scene there?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to officers on the scene?
Yes.
And was the person that was deceased, were they identified?
Yes, sir.
Who were they identified to be?
It was Ronald Barnes.
And again, from a high level, let's kind of talk about everything that went into your investigation, and then maybe we'll drill down on some specifics. As part of that investigation, did you interview the brother of Ronald Barnes, Donald Barnes?
Yes, sir.
As part of the interview, did either you or some other investigator interview Dominique Broussard, a Justin Berry, Norris Narcisse, Veronica Vo, Reneva Simmons, Angela Humphrey, Jada King, Ethan Smith, Todd Gibson, Brandon Dodd, Shanna King, and Terrence Edmondson? At some point,
Yes,
someone from the department interviewed all those folks.
Yes to all of those, sir.
I was objection on the compound issue. I'm kind of lost in who all was, he's testifying at the interview.
I can ask it one at a time.
I mean, if you need to ask some follow-up, you can on your cross, but
But at some
Go ahead.
point during the investigation, these individuals were interviewed by law enforcement, and without getting into what they said, the information that they gave was incorporated into the investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
And again, from a high level, as far as what evidence was looked at and reviewed, the jury's already heard from Frank Broussard about his Ring surveillance camera from his house.
Yes,
Was
sir.
that incorporated into the investigation?
Yes, sir, it was.
And the defendant's cell phone, was that at some point taken, the defendant, Romeo Randolph Johnson, his cell phone was voluntarily given over, and you were allowed to examine that cell phone?
Yes, sir, he voluntarily gave it to us, and as well as giving the password.
Okay. And that cell phone was dumped, we've heard testimony about that, and also was Google data, location data obtained from that cell phone as well.
Yes, sir.
And we'll drill down on as well. Inside of that cell phone, was there an individual's contact name, or an individual that this defendant identified as Brandon?
Yes, sir.
Now, it wasn't saved as Brandon, right? What was it saved as?
He advised that it was named P.B. Hood.
And as part of the investigation, was video from the Amigos Food Mart obtained and incorporated into the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Was the flock camera that this jury heard testimony about from Lieutenant Courts, was that incorporated into this video, into
Yes.
the investigation?
Yes, sir.
And also the video from the Heritage Inn, was that incorporated into the investigation as well?
Yes, sir.
Most importantly, did you interview the defendant, Romeo Randolph Johnson?
I did, in fact.
And that interview with him, was it recorded? Was it recorded?
Yes, sir.
And where did it take place?
Beaumont Police Department in the CID division. We had an interview him.
And the recording device used in that CID room, have you used it on few or on many occasions?
Many, very many.
And have you known that recording equipment to be reliable equipment?
It's very reliable. We had sometimes that they've gone down, but we usually will have a redundancy to that, which is another body worn camera. So that way we have two, just in case, power shuts down or something happens to happen, it's having more. So everything we have is kind of doubled up there sometimes.
Good, and I certainly get if the power goes down, but what I'm getting at is, have you ever known it to not make an accurate recording?
Right.
And any reason to believe that when you interviewed the defendant, Romeo Johnson, on September the 14th of 2024, any reason to believe that it didn't make an accurate recording on it?
No reason.
May I quote rules?
You may.
Showing you detected what I have marked as states, or what I'm marking as states, exhibit number 53, and it is labeled, see the label there.
Yes.
Is this the interview, albeit the redacted version for purposes of trial, of the interview of the defendant Romeo Randolph Johnson?
Yes, sir.
In fact, before I forget, do you see the individual here in the courtroom today that you interviewed back on September the 14th of 2024, who self-identified as Romeo Randolph Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Could you please point to him and identify him by article clothing?
There he stands, or sits, wearing a black and white shirt.
I ask that the record reflect the honor that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Again, fair and accurate copy. Forgive me if I ask you this question, but you looked at this and in fact just viewed it not long ago.
Yes, sir.
During this time, state offers states 53 has been previously provided to the defense counsel discovery and attended to him for his inspection.
No objection.
States 53 is admitted.
Permission to publish it.
Yes, sir.
Detective, before I publish the video, overall, how would you characterize how forthcoming this defendant was during that interview?
Mr. Johnson was, I guess the best way to say it is very inconsistent. Questions would often be, applied with other questions, and sometimes they just didn't make sense, or they would change the way he was speaking with them, or it was kind of like he was making up as he went. It didn't seem truthful. It was very deceptive.
That's kind of what I was getting at. I mean, you've interviewed many defendants, right?
Yes.
You've had an opportunity to gauge whether or not they're being truthful or deceitful, right? Have you formed an opinion, or at least some ability to detect whether or not someone's being deceptive?
Yes.
And your opinion of this defendant during that interview was what?
He was being deceitful and omitted.
Your Honor, before this is published, can we clarify which interview?
It's the first.
Thank you.
I tried to call him the car gets.
That's nice of you to update your mama.
But I tried to call him the car gets phone, but it's so slow.
Yeah.
That's just so long. No, what I should did, I went to sit with T-Mobile and the man told me to come back the next day. He said, come back the next day for T-Mobile and we're gonna upgrade it for you so you'll be on the plan then.
All right, like I said, my name is Detective Carmouche. This is Detective Mayhem.
Nice to meet you.
Today's date Saturday, September 14, 2024, and the time is approximately 11:13 hours. This is in reference to case number 2024-018274. What's your last name?
Johnson.
And your first name?
Romeo.
Spell Romeo.
R-O-M-E-O.
And your date of birth?
9/14/88.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, man.
Hate that you're here on your birthday,
Hey, y'all
but.
also know it's me and my mom anniversary, right?
Mm-mm.
Okay, well, when is the first time you both seen me?
That is true. It's a good way to look at it.
You have an address?
1868 Brook Creek.
And the phone number you reached at?
Oh, phone number 49-932-6094.
Okay, so we're here in reference to an incident that occurred on High Street, a 200 block. And basically, the reason why we have you here is because your name has been brought up a couple times, along with another subject. And like we're saying, it's just, so far it's just hearsay of things, but, I mean, we can't ignore the fact that a bunch of people several people are saying it. So, I don't know, we don't know if it's one person just spreading a fire, or if it's just one person and then another person and another person, that are just separately saying it. So, since,
Which means if you
in any technology or belief, so I'm gonna read off a sentence from this, and if you would, just acknowledge verbally if you understand or you don't understand. If you don't understand, I will try to help you understand, okay? You have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all. And any statement you make may be used against you at your trial. Do you understand?
you're right. Anything that I use her can be turned against me. Which means it would be an admittance,
So
right?
just a verbal yes or no.
Yeah, if you understand. Yes.
I said,
Okay. Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. Do you understand?
Can you say that again? In the sentence I made?
Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court.
Okay, I can just read the first one again?
Sure. I'll start back over. You have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all. And any statement you make may be used against you at your trial. You understand that?
Right.
All right. Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court.
Right.
All right. You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning.
Right.
Got it?
Okay.
So good?
Yeah,
Okay. If you're unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning.
What about managing the criminal court lawyer? Like, would they provide one?
Yeah, that's what that means.
Yeah, that's what that means, yeah. And you have the right to terminate this interview at any time.
Right. I understand.
Okay. Do you understand each of these rights that I've explained to you?
I understand.
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to waive them and speak to us at this time about
Well,
what?
just the waiver rights to speak to the detectives at this time.
Okay, well, perfect. All right, so, basically trying to get a timeline of what you were up to, I mean, last night and everything like that.
Like, what time?
Basically, let's start with what time did you get home last night?
Around like 4:30, maybe 5.
From the morning or afternoon?
That was the one.
As in like, let's see, 7 hours ago?
Right, myself, I don't know. Yeah, about 4 minutes. Around about that time. Right around like 4:30, maybe 5.
Okay. Well, I guess I gotta just push back a little bit further and try. So, about midnight, where were you at, I guess?
Midnight, I was, let's see, I was with a friend,
Okay, which one?
Justin Berry.
Justin Berry?
Justin Berry.
Well, where were y'all at?
Well, we was at his house,
Well, you know that might be?
West End. I'm not sure where in West End, but I know some apartments, upstairs apartments.
You know about where, by the way, so what's probably about?
I want to say off from, like, I guess it's closer to Dallas than this. Than Mansion. It's more closer to this, Gladys. It's in Dallas, Gladys.
Gladys, the major area, you said? That part of the, major drive is.
I can even tell you the name of the phone.
Okay, that's right, there's tons of new ones on there.
And do you know, while we're here today, kind of what we're working on today? And
You know him, I was saying.
have you heard kind of word of mouth or seen on social media? I'm assuming you saw your face on the news, or?
I see my face on the news, like, man, come on, man.
Okay.
They got a picture of me when I'm wearing trades.
So we're
what's
working-
going on? So I'm reading a person the pictures. What for what?
Okay, so we're working on homicide, we're working on a murder,
Okay.
on Ives Street.
Right.
Do you know anybody that lives on Ives Street?
I know several persons that live around the area.
You know Ronald and Donald over on Ives?
I know Ronald and all.
Okay. Well, Ronald was killed last night.
They told me, but I thought that they was, how my friend was telling me when he called, he said, hey man, you know they killed Donald. So I was like, but he used Donald. He used to call him Ron and Baby G. He was like, hey man, you know somebody? And he didn't say nobody killed him. He said, hey man, you know somebody, he daughter died. I said, how he died, bro? He was like, man, he was sick. I told you he was sick. I said, how was he sick? And he was like, man, he had a heart thing, he had a stroke. You know what I'm saying? And then when he called, I called him. I said, man, you heard about twin them, bro? I said, Baby G died. And he was like, man, yeah, I heard, but I think it's the other one. I said, which one? You know what I mean? And he was like, man, I think it's Ron C. And I said, how can it be Ron C, bro?
So how do you know these guys?
I've been on them. I know these people.
Okay. And look, and just to clear the air, we're not the dope police. We don't care about. We know what kind of business they do, and
Yeah,
we're not.
So
So if you get to any of that in here, we're not worried about it. Okay, that's how we know.
I'm just saying, cause I don't, so it's not that, it's just that I knew there were people coming up, they're a little older than me. You know what I'm saying? So we seen them, $1, $3, you know what I'm saying? So it was all right.
When's the last time you seen Ronald?
It's been probably about 4 weeks, 4 5 weeks.
A month ago, at
A
least?
month ago. Yeah.
What about Donald? When's the last time you
Around that
seen him?
same time, he and I always together.
And when you see him, would you go to their house, or where would you see him at?
Like, one time, I might see, Don, cause I think he the only one that really be driving. I might see him at the store or something. The other one, I rarely even see, I have to go over there. You know what I'm saying? If I'm going that way. If I'm with somebody in the car that's going that way. You know what I mean? And I can go speak to him.
Alright, so midnight you're with Justin Berry. How did you get there?
Justin Berry car.
What is your job?
Accurate? I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you.
Accurate, like a 4-door sedan at least?
Yeah, that's right.
What color?
Black.
And what basically did y'all do for the night, I guess?
We went straight, we just went straight to his house, listened to some we did some freestyling, playing around, watched a couple movies. Just topped it up like the old days. I grew up with just just topped it up like the old days.
Does Justin go by any other name or anything?
All I know about is Barry.
Barry?
Everybody just call him Barry.
Barry. Okay. After that asylum, and did you stay there the entire time?
No, talking with Justin Barry?
Yes.
No, we left. We left Justin, we left around about 12.
On to the wrong word, let's see, because we had maybe stopped at the house. Avenue something. So around about 12, we left around about 12, maybe 05, 12, 06, 07, somewhere around there. See, I stayed to his house till 12. You know what I mean? So when we got there, when I was at his house, I was at his house, 12 o'clock. Around about 12, we got there before 12. Would you say, where was I around 12? I was at Justin Bear's house at 12. Around about 12, let's say about 12, we watched a couple movies, then we finished them because we was talking. On to the next one, and just skipping because it's only skits and movies. And then we left, we chopped it up, played around, wrapped it a little bit, and then we left around about 12.
Where'd y'all go?
15, 16. We went to, I don't know which street either. I want to say it's Emile Street, if I'm not mistaken. I just know it's his cousin's house.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I know his cousin's house.
Anywhere else? Any other stops that night? And you can back up before midnight if you need to. Did you go anywhere else with Barry that night?
No, ma'am. I don't know what's up there. Barry dropped me off on, Avenue, maybe D, maybe. Avenue, no, he dropped me off before I got the Avenue D because I had to walk across the street to go meet my friend. You know what I mean?
So you left Barry to go meet another friend?
Right. I left, when Barry dropped me off, Barry had to go somewhere. To deal with his girl who's, she's not doing well. And he dropped me off, which I asked him to drop me off. I walked across, what is this? They got this shop right across the street from, and a church right here, and they have a schoolyard right here. So I'm not really sure, I just know it's on Avenue D. Right.
Did you ever, were you at a hotel or motel at any time?
No, yeah. When I was ready to go in, when I was ready to go in, I went to the hotel.
What time was that?
Oh, let's see. I want to say around about 4:30, maybe.
AM?
4 a.m. Yeah.
Which hotel?
Heritage.
What happened over there? Did the police get called out for something over there?
Where?
Heritage.
Oh, I wasn't there. I'm sorry, I wasn't there at the time.
Did you hear about them getting called out?
But I didn't hear about it until later. I didn't hear about it until later, and I asked them, hey man, what happened over there? And it was like, by the time I got there,
Did they tell you what happened? They still
they said, I guess a fella got belligerent with him as he was pulling in, and they were standing around. The fella got belligerent, and kind of jumped out. Y'all get out of the way, man. He kind of jumped, man, you know what I'm saying? He kind of jumped out his car, and they, went to fight, and then, okay, you and her together. If I jump on her, what you want to do? And you know what I'm saying? That's how that went with them. So if I jump on her, what are you going to do? And that's how it went.
So you live primarily on Rivercrest right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So did Barry pick you up from home, or
No,
when did y'all
Barry picked me up
first?
from off of McFadden.
Okay. What time was that? What time did y'all's day start yesterday?
Me and Barry, they started around about probably 11, probably 10:45, 10:48, somewhere around there.
Was it just Barry in the car? Or
It was
anybody
just
else?
Barry, just me and Barry.
So that was on McFadden, he picked you up?
Yes, ma'am.
And then from there, y'all went to his apartment at West
From
End?
there, we went to a store. No, yeah, you're right. From there, we went straight to his apartment. You're right. We went in.
Y'all watched movies, at some point y'all went down to the south end, you went to Emile Street,
Right.
the avenues.
Yes, ma'am.
And then make your way back to the Heritage Inn?
And then make my way back towards the Heritage.
How'd you get to the Heritage Inn?
I had a friend come pick me up.
So a different friend picked
Right
you
now.
up?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that?
I don't know.
Yeah,
First name Brandon.
Brandon?
He's identified the friend that picked him up as being Brandon. Detective, based on your investigation, what's the full name, or what do you believe the full name of that Brandon to be?
It was Brandon Dodd.
Brandon.
His first name Brandon. I don't even know his last name.
What does he drive?
He says that
Uh,
he says he doesn't know his last name. Is this the only instance throughout this nearly 2-hour-long interview that he fails to remember people's name or full names?
It happens quite often.
Did you find that to be either evasive or deceitful?
Definitely invasive, some deceit.
Go. Are you before doing something? You got like, oh, silver. Silver Honda, Hyundai. Oh, yes.
It's a car or SUV?
What's the difference? Like they got a hump on his SUV?
Yeah,
It's flat as a car.
It's like a truck with extended, kind of, it doesn't have the bed, it has,
Kind of a cross between like
Yeah,
a,
that's what it was, kind of like a cross.
like a Escalator or something like that.
Kind of like that.
Detective, I'm going to run it back a little bit. I was kind of talked over it. I want you to listen to the description of the vehicle that he gives for the description of Brandon's vehicle.
It has,
kind of a cross between like,
So what's the difference? Like they got a hump on his Honda, Hyundai. Are you before doing something? I don't even know what to ask.
what does he drive?
Go. Are you before doing something? You got like, oh, silver Honda, Hyundai. Oh, yes.
It's a car or
Silver Hyundai or a Honda, based on your investigation in the surveillance video that you reviewed, what vehicle was Brandon Dodd in that evening? Or early morning hours, I should say.
When Brent Dodd was at Amigos, when he showed up, he was driving a very blue, Chevy Malibu.
And on that Amigos video, and we'll publish that later for the jury, does this defendant, Romeo Johnson, appear on that video?
Yes, it did.
Does he appear on that video to get into Brandon Dodd's blue Chevrolet Malibu?
Yes.
And does he get into that blue Chevrolet Malibu not long before the death of Ronald Barnes?
Yes.
What's the difference? Like they got a hump on his SUV?
Well, while we're talking about that transaction there in the Amigos food parking lot, before he gets into the vehicle with Brandon Dodd, that blue Chevrolet Malibu, what does it appear to what does he appear to have in his hand?
A firearm.
I think I'm gonna skip forward here, if I'm mistaken.
Y'all know the day my birthday like that to be. I'm not sure. No, you dropped me off. I didn't hear about it until the cross. Escalators. Yes, ma'am.
and then from there y'all went to his apartment
From
at West
there, we went to a store. No, yeah, you're right. From there, we went straight to his apartment. You're right. We went in.
Y'all watched movies. At some point, y'all went down to the south end. You went to Email Street,
Right.
the avenues.
Yes, ma'am.
And then made your way back to the Heritage Inn.
And then made my way back towards the Heritage.
How'd you get to the Heritage Inn?
I had a friend go pick me up.
So a different friend picked
Right
you
now.
up?
Yeah.
Who was that?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Like first name Brandon.
Brandon?
Your first name Brandon. I don't even know his last name.
What does he drive?
Go. Are you before doing something? You got like, oh, silver Honda, Hyundai. Oh, yes.
It's a car or SUV?
What's the difference? Like they got a hump on his SUV?
Yeah,
It's flat as a car.
it's like a truck with extended, kind of, it doesn't have the bed, it has,
Kind of a cross between like
Yeah,
a,
that's what it was, kind of like a cross.
like a Escalator or something like
That was
that.
just me, kind of like that.
so why, going back to Ronald and Donald, you've known them for, how long would you say? You're talking years, months?
You can say in between, like years, because we used to see them. You know what I mean? And when you say you've seen somebody, and years pass, and you see them, you don't see them every day, but you see them. You know, you're like, okay, man, we've been on we family.
And what's your relationship with them? Do y'all get along?
Oh, God,
Y'all have any issues with each other?
Ma'am, there's no hard feelings between Ronald Donald and Romeo Johnson.
Has there ever been any kind of issues or falling out or?
Ma'am, listen, there's been no issues between us. No issues between us,
Why would you think that we would be hearing your name in this investigation?
Ma'am, let me tell you something. Every time something went down, it's always one man. Something happened a while back. I was with a fellow, right? He killed his wife inside the house. He came to pick me up from the block. I'm not sure if this is the case. I'm still on the block that you was on. He came to pick me up from the block where I was, you know what I'm saying? Because I had a drug addiction. I was on crack real bad. Well, not real bad, but I was on crack bad enough to where he got a lick on them.
You just admitted to, at least at some point, being addicted to drugs.
Yes, sir.
And being a user of crack.
Yes, sir.
Crack cocaine.
Yes, sir.
We'll send you over here, I know where to get it, you know what I'm saying, like commitment. So I was on crack, and he come pick me up, because he was on crack. And this is the first time I ever rode this dude, and we're riding. I was up here, and I said, dude, what? I mean, who called us? He said, oh, man, and my girl called, said, well, where your girl at? Oh, man, she gone out of town, man. You know, she went back home. And I was like, okay. You know, I'm not really kind of questioning it, because all on my mind is, this car that he's trying to rent to these people for the merchandise, so they can consume the merchandise. And well, later on that night when he dropped me off, which was probably around 11 something, they say, yeah, probably around about 11, getting close to like midnight. And they say he walked to his house at a certain amount of time, and he supposedly tripped over his wife. You know what I mean? And found out that she was dead. But then it all came back that he was actually the one that harmed his wife, right? He harmed his wife. And then told me that I was a witness for him that he didn't. The timeline. Yeah. You see the timeline. And that's why I gave him. I said, well, I can vouch that from 2:30 to 11 something, he was with me.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? I can't say he did anything before that, but before that time, I can't speak about it.
Was this recently? Was this?
No, man, this year.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, so no issues with Ronald or Donald?
Just so we know, and so you know Ronald and Donald and everything like that, and seeing that they're twins and we're having to write this thing up, I have pictures, and I'm gonna ask you if you recognize them. Okay. That way we can sit there and be like, this is this person, and this is this person, we're on the same spot, okay? So the first person, I'm gonna show you. Who do you know that as?
Ooh, I tell you that. You know, it's so crazy, they twins, so I'm gonna say it could be wrong.
Mm-hmm. Think it's wrong?
They twins, so I couldn't really tell them apart. You know what I mean? I mean, they had, like, if you was to show them and they had their different performances.
What about this one?
No, that's wrong. Okay. No. Now you can see their performances. No, that's not right.
Who's the one?
That's the other one. Well, he had a stroke.
Okay,
Yeah.
which one? Do you know
This
which
one, this one.
Okay.
This right here, he had a stroke.
They know him as
Baby G.
Baby G. All right, can you do me a favor and come over here and just write, I know him as Baby G. Just write your name. Just that way, I can keep it that way, we can say we own it.
We're talking within minutes of this guy being murdered, your name is getting thrown out.
Man, bang you.
And look, and just because you might have had a fight with them, that doesn't mean you killed them.
No.
I'm just wondering if there was any kind of beef.
On the streets, where we was, see what I'm saying? Back then, I used to be somebody that, you know what I'm saying, I wouldn't know me, but I would push up on me like, hey man, Sheriff, you know, like a tax collector, you know, you want to pay tax.
He describes himself back on the streets being someone kind of like, who would put something on you, kind of like a tax collector. What's your impression, or how would you characterize what he just admitted to?
Reminds me of like you would see in a movie, a bookie's henchman that would go up and, extort people for money.
Yes, you know what I mean? But, they suspended somebody that was being attacked because they was older. I'm talking about fellas that's around my age, 35.
Were you involved in maybe hitting them up for money in the past?
What I asked them for money, and if it was,
And what-
they never ran their own.
And he just admitted to asking the Barneses, Ronald and Donald for money in the past.
Correct.
Judge, I think this is probably a good place to stop.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be, I think, quite a bit longer, so let's go ahead and take our lunch break. It is 5 minutes to 12. I'd like to get started back at 1 o'clock. If you'll please keep in mind all the instructions that you were given, everyone, yes, sir?
May we approach real quick before the jury's released?
Okay.
Just about timing.
State's attorneys present, defendant and defense counsel are present. The witness, Detective Carmouche, is here. Mr. Wilkerson had requested that we come back so he can take the witness on voir dire to clear up some things. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So, I guess, let's start with Donald Barnes. Do you have knowledge as to whether or not Donald Barnes represented himself as his brother and vice versa?
I never knew that to be indicated, I've only learned by being told.
Okay. No personal knowledge there. With regard to so let me just start rather with how many extractions were performed and on what devices?
So, no, I mean, Romeo Johnson, Mr. Berry was one, two, then, one was about to be processed on Mr. Dodd, but it was found that it was his son, so I quit that immediately. And some of the people at, I gotta go back and look, but I think some of the witnesses at the, or people I spoke with at the Heritage Inn, a couple of them out there.
Was there a hard drive, a Western Digital drive device that was extracted?
Yes.
Where did that come from?
So the Heritage Inn, they had a hard drive of everything, and I think we pulled tried to pull the entire drive, but we tried to, I think. I'm not sure if we were able to get it. I got Detective Brigham out there, I think. But
all right.
Those things are huge.
Yes, sir. Were the extractions of Justin Berry's devices turned over to the state?
I believe we were going to use it. I gotta go look at it and see. But I think so, because mainly we were going to use them to file against him for tampering evidence. But did not.
Do you know with certainty whether or not the Beaumont Police Department turned it over to the state's attorney?
What I recall, I remember doing the download as it being given to the state's attorney. I think I would. It was a pretty big file that I sent over. It was a big old passport, had everything on it, so.
Do you know any reason why that wouldn't have been turned over to us?
If it was not, it'd probably be just the volume. It was just access volume of it.
I think arguably, at least from the report's indication, that device, or at least one of those messages saying that the defendant utilized his firearm.
Gotcha.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
do you know or have any idea if there was anything exculpatory on that drive, like location data or anything that might have disproved?
Do not know. I don't think that drive, I don't think it had anything like that. I think the location services were off on that one.
Would you agree, especially given at least the allegation about incriminating evidence, that it would have needed or should have been turned over to the defendant?
So, would I agree? Oh, I'm sorry.
Would you agree that that would need to be provided to us, generally speaking?
Yes.
Do you know who located the knife at the residence of Ronald and Donald Barnes?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was Detective Gillen.
Detective
Gillen.
Gillen? Gill. And was there blood on that knife?
Yes.
Was the blood on that knife ever compared to the DNA of the defendant in this case, or Brandon Dodd?
No. Have a follow-up.
Please, you can qualify your answer, especially now.
No, so in the previous pictures where you sit there and see the pictures of the scene, you can see the knife is actually sitting on the bedside table that's next to the door. It was just moved by somebody. I don't know if it was Detective Gillen or the crime lab, and left it there. So it was there in place, and it had blood where blood spatter had been placed all over next to his body, the decedent's body. So it was there. It was the detectives was picking it up and then putting it on the bed, and then the family showed up and just saw it. Was like, oh, maybe this was something.
Was the I'm real confused. So you said that it's possible the detective or someone else moved it to the bed.
I want to say it was a detective, more like.
Would that have been before or after CID took photos of the scene?
After. So he was staying with the crime lab, Jefferson County Crime Lab. They took over the entire evidence, everything like that. They went through it, they looked at the knife and decided with the blood spatter and everything like that, it was there. And in the pictures you can see it, you can actually see it. And I guess at one point he decided to pick it up and then just put it on the bed.
Well, I guess it being seen is the question. Would it surprise you that Ms. Hargrover testified that she did not take the photographs of that knife?
Well, yes, because the knife, when it was discovered, was on the bed, like the bed itself. Like all the sheets were removed, and then that was on the bed, like appeared. But it did appear. It was just right after everything had finished up. Somebody moved it, a detective moved it, put it there, and then just left. And then the family showed up, saw it, called me, asked me about it. I was curious. I was like, what's going on? I ended up going through all the pictures, and I ended up finding on the picture where you can see it on the actual dresser, and that dresser, or that end table is full of blood, so it makes sense that was there.
So I guess, tell me what the purpose of, why we're doing this without the jury.
Well, so So this, I'm not certain that it really needs to be done without the jury.
Yeah, we don't need to do things twice unless we have to. So what do we need?
Getting on to the cell phone extraction of the Samsung device. You reviewed the reports from that, correct?
One for Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And with regard to location data on that specific device, isn't it true that after 9/13, that is the day before the murder, or the killing, there is no data evidence as far as locations on there?
Again, before you answer that, what do you tell me in your own words? Tell me what you're trying to do that you think I don't want you to do in front of the jury.
Well, I'm right now what I'm trying to do is voir dire the witness ahead of me having to ask either that it occur outside the presence of the jury or ask to voir dire him regarding this matter before it's introduced.
Voir dire for what purpose?
For-
Because that's typically if it's something under the limine, or why do you think I don't want the jury to hear what you're asking is my question.
I mean, like I said.
I mean, we're just not going to go through so you know what his answers are going to be.
No, okay.
So it's,
And then
if there's nothing that you think I think is inadmissible, then this is just cross-examination.
Okay, I have one more, Judge. You indicated in the motion in Looney, you granted number 17, which forbid any reference to potential recommended or suggested criminal charges considered or presented to or by law enforcement and or the grand jury other than the charged offense. Specifically, I would like to ask about the pending murder charge associated with Brandon Dodd in this case. Is that something, I mean, when you granted that request, was it specific to this defendant or?
I mean, Brandon Dodd's a co-defendant.
That's correct, Judge. He's charged as.
I don't think there's anything about that that's not going to be inadmissible. I mean, in fact, the copy of the charge that I've already given you has an charge with regard to either being charged as a primary actor or a secondary actor. So no, nothing with regard to Brandon Dodd.
Okay, then I'll
Yeah. Okay.
withhold the rest of my questions.
If I can put something on the record really quick.
Yes, sir.
He's kind of intimated that maybe he didn't get everything in discovery. I would like to put on the record that the state has filed a certificate of discovery that we put on file on October the 4th of this year, memorializing what we either personally delivered to defense counsel or made available on our portal in the way of digital media in this case.
And is the download of Barry's phone on that?
Just, the short answer is there's 52 pages of file names and file directories of data that we have. I am not prepared, as I stand here right now, to say that we either had it or that we turned it over. I represent to the court that we made our best efforts to turn over everything that we did.
Well, I mean, it's not being if it's not been introduced, then there's no objection to it. I mean, what's the?
I mean, the issue is that I don't know if there's exculpatory evidence on that. We didn't get it. In fact, we asked about why we don't have a different extraction, and that question was posed, and then it was determined that we didn't get it because.
So I'll allow you to question that. Obviously, that goes to the investigation, and you can ask the detective about whether he did or didn't do it and where it is, and if he thinks he turned it over, then the state hasn't. I would like to know. I need somebody to start looking through before anybody rests, or before you rest specifically, I guess. Mr. Coleman if that was turned over and where it is, what it's called, if it's on there and it's just called something else, or I think that's important to know. And then we can go from there. All right?
One last thing, Judge, I just want to make sure we don't have a defense witness sitting in the courtroom who should probably be under the rule. I don't know.
Do you know who that is?
I do not.
Sir, what's your name?
My name's Ryan County.
Okay. Do you anticipate, are you in a relation to anybody here in the,
Lee? Yes,
I'm not asking you, okay? What's your relation, sir?
that's my brother.
Okay. Do you anticipate using him as a witness for any reason?
Certainly not in guilt innocence.
Okay, perfect. We just want to make sure you're able to be here in the courtroom. If you're a witness, you're not able to be in here. So we just want to double check. Thank you. And then also, I'm going to go off the record.
Okay, I'm having a hard, I can't get into my portal account right now, but
We'll figure it
try.
out. Just that's, so we don't all forget that. It needs to be on file. You can bring the jury in, please. All right, let the record reflect that the jury is seated, state's attorney's present, defendant and defense counsel are present. Mr. Coleman, you may proceed.
Thank you. According to this error message, that's my battery is not only low, it's critically low.
You should be able, if you have your
Charge.
charger, there's a plug-in that we can, right here behind Anna's computer.
I think I have a long charger. I think I've got it fixed. I think things use that. You sure? I'm sure.
Look at our tech guy over there.
I think the problem is while this thing is kind of spinning, well, it's like I'm back up. I was gonna try to multitask and ask you a couple of questions. We left off for the record, Judge, at around 25 minutes and 18 seconds into the video.
Thank you.
That's
So who that here is closest?
right there, to be one to be like, you know, actually doing what I asked them for money. And if it was, they never ran it on. It's the first time I ever seen them with a place that was, you know, actually doing something.
Yeah.
Because they wasn't, I mean, back then we all doing as people that smoke marijuana.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So it really wasn't, I mean, I guess I don't even know if they was just.
When did you ask them for money?
No, I never really asked for money. Them two men, I'm trying to tell you, I never really kind of seen them like that to be wanting to be like, hey, let me get some money from you. You know what I mean?
So you've never maybe robbed them in the past or had them?
They never filed any cases or anything like that.
If I did, they wasn't running. And I never known them to have a house to where he was doing anything. You know what I mean? So it kind of stopped me when I left. You know, I ain't seen all the time, you know, you hear about it. Oh man, you know, the brothers, man, they want niggas. And that's all I really heard about. So I came home, and then, you know, their nephew was my partner, and we talked to me like,
Who's their nephew?
Mark Barnes.
You know Mark?
I know Mark Barnes. I know his brother, I came up with him. But I don't know Mark Barnes, you know, so I know Mark Barnes all my life. I just met Mark Barnes' mama when I came home. In, was it July then? July. And on July, and I just met Mark mama. And I've been knowing him all my life. It's like I never even seen his mama. Because a lot of times it's 10 of us. You know what I'm saying? And then even more cousins that crack comes out. So a lot of times they would distract themselves to what we was. And my mama was. But all in all, yeah, I know Mark Barnes. I've been knowing him.
When's the last time you hung out with Mark or saw Mark?
It's been a while. Let's see. last time I saw Mark, we was on Gill and Magnolia, right? We was on Gill and right? Or is that Gill and Magnolia? No, Pope, I'm sorry, man, we can't. We was on Pope and Magnolia.
When was that?
And I was hoping when I seen Mark. But, got my money and a half ago. I was interested in more. But I didn't see no $1,000. Okay, that's it.
And who are kind of your main friends? Who are people that you run with?
I'm around. I reach out to be open. So all my friends, I try to be open.
You know a guy named Pooh?
Which one?
Oh, I don't know.
What, you got Pooh,
so who?
you got Pooh, you got Pooh, you got the other Pooh. You know what I mean? You got the little dark skin Pooh.
Who's the Pooh that you're closest to?
The dark skin Pooh.
What's his righteous name?
Travis, you know, we don't lie about that last name.
You know what it starts with, or what it sounds like?
No, I don't. And I heard him, but I can't recall, because if I say something, it'll be on the notes and.
No. We're not, listen, we're not on the stand right now.
No.
So we got people make mistakes and when they're talking about everything, so it's not a big deal. Do you happen to have his phone number or anything like that?
Who number?
Yeah.
No, that's a new phone, so I didn't get who number, and I didn't say none of the numbers from my old phone that cracked.
Where's Pooh stay at?
I just put my sister number. Pooh saying he's in Baytown now.
Oh, he's not even in Beaumont?
No, man.
What's a Pooh that lives in Beaumont?
It's a couple of them. Two other Poohs, like two of them. Some of them live in South Dakota, and one of them live in North End.
Which one's that? What's his righteous name?
I don't know it. I'm not sure I know it.
Yeah.
The other Pooh lives in the South End. And other Pooh, he could be North South Florida. I'm not really sure where he lives. You know what I mean? I just hired him and
This guy?
what's right now?
Never seen him?
I've never seen him. Have you seen that? No, I've never seen him. I guess it's half though. You got to pay the down. Yeah, he just is what he is.
So he's just saying, I'm just saying.
No, that's not it. Huh? I don't know.
We got a database where there's so many clues out there, and so it's like, okay, which one do we get to pick from? And,
What about a TJ? You know a TJ?
TJ, I know Terry Anderson.
Terry Anderson?
Terry Anderson?
He's a Beaumont guy, or?
Yes, I am. Right in Beaumont.
Where's he staying at?
I don't know, right. He goes down there, he got quite like him around, not too long ago. Him and his son-in-law wife had.
When was the last time you talked to him?
Oh man, this man, let me tell you something. That TJ, I ain't talked to TJ in a while. I ain't talked to TJ in a while.
So after last night, went to the Heritage, did you stay there or did you leave?
Once I got there?
Yeah.
No, I stayed.
Did you stay in a room?
I stayed in the room.
You didn't know what room number there was?
I started going, like, when I first came in, I sat on stage, I talked to my homegirl. We went down there for the girls. So, probably around like 45 to maybe an hour later, when I started talking to my partners. Treated them home, used it, came from over there, talked to them some more. Tell them, maybe y'all know that they gonna birthday, they gonna birthday. Oh, man, okay, and this way, I go back in. As I go back in, I'm talking upstairs to my homegirl. She's like, hey, man, come on, let's go to the room. I'm tired. So I'm like, okay, let's go to the room. And we go to the room, And this woman, as I can see, I'm tired, this woman allows me to get no sleep down. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So it's a sad part, so now I'm going to so she tired about saying, Julie, oh man, this I'm tired. Oh, you ain't tired yet? Okay, go ahead and lay down, and you loud over here. And yeah, so I stayed in for.
So did you end up sleeping in an actual room, or you're out? You remember what room number you were in?
2019.
2019?
Yeah.
219?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose name is on the room?
Dominique, something.
Does he go by Dawn?
I guess you want to call me, I'm not sure. I never heard of him.
How do you know Dominique?
I really don't think it's really the room. But it's halfway, like, it's, you know, how you run across people and they did something with somebody and you got to kind of get halfway decent during the.
Does he have a car down there?
I don't think so. I've never seen him. And I've seen him go.
Does he normally hang out over there at Heritage?
He normally does. But he had another room that he didn't, but like I said, manager was, kind of.
Yeah, we talked to Don briefly.
Mm-hmm.
He was,
In Houston?
no, I said he's pretty nice.
Who is that?
Don.
Oh, Don? Y'all talking
Don.
about
Dawn.
Don, do you want?
Dominique.
Oh, Don. Oh,
Yeah, he was outside that, we went by there and he was sleeping in his car, halfway hanging out, and we got out to make sure he was okay, we didn't know if he was there or not. Or an SUV or something, like a little small SUV. So,
You know what? I've seen that silver go car, and I've seen him walk through another person, but he never jumps in the driver's seat. He always jumps in the passenger seat.
He was in the back seat, sitting there, and he basically told us about the event that happened that night.
Right.
Oh,
You talking about before I got there?
No, this was after.
Yeah.
What happened?
But he was basically we were basically checking on him, make sure he was good, just asked him that.
We tapped in the parking lot. He's right in there. Yes.
And you know what? I never really paid attention to him. I just, I never paid attention to him. It ain't that we know each other nothing. We just be going this way, not be going, we call us with each other, how you doing? And I'm there, and just be, separate ways.
Yeah.
So it's just something you never know what's going through.
So when did you find out about Ronald being killed today?
I found out, let me tell you, I found out about probably 2.5 hours before I found out that my face was on the thing for posting pictures. So, I'll tell you when I'm like, 7, maybe.
7 in the morning.
7.
And how did you find out?
Well, a friend called. I couldn't tell you his real name. A friend of mine called me and he was like, hey dude, guess what, man? And I said, what's up, brother? He said, don't you know that twins now? I said, one's on our street. Yeah, one's on our street. I said, man, I went by there earlier, bro. I said, I didn't stop by there. I said, well, we pulled down and my pipe came in. I said, I brought him in, like his old kinfolk house. I thought he was gonna go in. He gonna grab something out of the trunk and get back in. I said, when he get in, bro, we leave. I said, now what happened? He said, oh, what's his name? The other one, not the one that I.
Donald.
He said, Donald, man, Donald died. I said, he died? He died. I said, man, how he died? He's like, man, no, you sick. I said, how am I supposed to know you sick? Because I told you, I said, brother, at the time, he be this. So how am I supposed to know the man is sick, man? I said, every time I go over there, I know we got the perk and probably got some aches and things from when we had it. I said, but I ain't never seen him that sick, bro, like you said. He was like, yeah, man, he died, bro. He died himself, man. I'm sorry. He was like, man, probably go out to the other and talk to his mom, man. I said, yeah, man, I'm trying to freshen up, bro. I'm trying to get a couple hours sleep. I'm freshen up, and I'm gonna go out there and off my doses also.
And you understand why you're here today as far as us hearing your name and looking into it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there's no confusion like why we would need to clear you and stuff.
I mean, I've seen people do it. You know what I'm saying? They put a person in.
Yeah.
So they be like, hey, man, this person is.
And our job is to not only find out, obviously, who killed Ronald, but to eliminate people as well.
Right.
Because in investigations, any kind of investigation, names get thrown out, rumors get started, and it's our job to clear those people as well.
Right, Ohio, just pinging locations?
That's one way to, did you have your phone with you all night?
I don't know.
Detective, out of the clear blue, he just kind of volunteered a suggestion. What was that suggestion?
Just ping the phone.
Just ping the phone. Now, in this instance, there is a download of the defendant's phone that's in evidence, and we'll get to that. But the short answer is you downloaded, or I should say, Officer Courts downloaded the phone and you analyzed that download. Was there any location data from that initial download?
No, sir.
Is there a way, based on your experience, to minimize or try to attempt to thwart the ability for there to be location data on the cell phone?
Yes, sir. I mean, you can do a few things. You can turn off the location settings. You can turn off that it's not at work. I mean, that it isn't working, or you can just put it in airplane mode.
But nevertheless, you used that information from the cell phone to obtain Google data, location data, right?
Correct.
And we'll get to that here shortly, but from a high level, just a brief version, what are we talking about when we're talking about data, location data as it relates to a Google device?
Location data is the Google device, and actual analyzing the device itself. Normally, we'll go through the phone and extract all the information from the phone, location services, stuff like that. Well, this time, since I had all this Google information, I was able to get a warrant signed to get the information from Google itself. So I'm getting it from the other direction, from the actual server itself, like main Google. So that will tell me the location services, and that is attached to every phone that you sign into on your Google phone.
Thank you, Detective.
Would you give us consent to go through your phone right now? Look through your phone and.
Yeah, go through your phone, flip it up, flip it down, flip it sideways, flip it wherever you want.
Would you give us consent to take like a swab of your DNA? Would there be any reason why your DNA would be on any kind of weapon or any kind of evidence that would be linked to his murder?
Like.
It's just like spit on a little Q-tip.
I'm just trying to figure it out.
And these are just things to help eliminate people. That way, if there's ever a piece of evidence we need to be tested, we have your DNA, and then we can say, oh, look, it's not how it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. And that helps show your cooperation.
Yes, ma'am. I can talk to you.
Appreciate it. Okay. Well, let us do that real quick, and we'll get you the signs and forms and whatnot.
In the interest of time, I'm just going to skip through some of this.
Thank you.
As I'm skipping through this, Detective, it's essentially he's signing a consent form for the phone, right? The phone search, or correct? No, initially the DNA swab, right?
Both basically at the same time. They're two separate sheets of paper.
All right. And this is Detective Wilson preparing to do the DNA swab. You guys step out of the room for a while. Just for the record, we're about 1 hour and 6 minutes to the video.
Thank you.
It's not moving. Oh, there we go. 1 hour and 6 minutes and 59 seconds.
So you report us? I'm registered. Yeah. You said these got it from where?
You still there?
You good? You pass that? So you don't know whose pants or shirt that is? You report us? I'm registered. Yeah. You said these got it from wherever, whatever room you're in, Donnie?
Grab Dominic now.
No.
I'm 6.
One,
I'm constantly hair difficult.
one was, do you remember firearm? No, you don't? When was the last time you handled a firearm? Played them, huh?
I have a friend that has right here.
How's it what?
Yeah, he is right now. He's right there. Whatever. See what people do.
He can carry a firearm?
Well, I don't know if carry, but he get that on, I guess about 1
So when's the last time that you've handled it?
Detective, you asked him when the last time he handled a firearm, and then he starts talking about his friend, right?
Yes.
Did you find that to be evasive?
Sure.
Before
3 or 4 years ago?
Days?
Days?
What kind?
Eventually, he does answer the question, what was his response?
4 days ago.
4 days ago, did you form an opinion as to whether or not that was truthful or untruthful?
I believed it. That came out, I guess,
Well, you believed it at that time.
at that time, yeah.
Now, subsequently, based on your investigation, did you form an opinion as to whether or not he was being truthful when he said it had been 4 or 5 days ago that he handled a firearm? What did the Amigos video show as well?
Yeah, so I found that it was untrue, but I do believe he may have been in possession of a firearm at that time as well.
Okay,
So,
but this question was a specific question, when was the last time?
the
You
last
handled a firearm.
Oh, yeah, that would.
I'm happy to pay it back to you.
I'm sorry, that was my misunderstanding.
So, if the question was, when was the last time you handled a firearm, and he said, on this day, on September the 14th of 2024, that the last time he handled a firearm was 3 or 4 days ago, would that have been true, or would that have been a lie?
I don't know.
Based on what you witnessed or saw in the Amigos video, right?
Yes.
And we'll publish that to the jury later.
When was it?
9 millimeter.
Where's that gun at now?
Well, it's gone.
Huh?
It's gone.
It's gone? What's that mean? Where's it at? Where'd you,
I'm saying, I didn't hear.
where did you have it at 3 or 4 days ago?
Oh, it was just, we was shit outside, I use I don't know. Trying to detail it back, pull out in the front. All they can tell me, they didn't stay down. You know what I'm saying?
So we look at Frank's gun, this one.
Right.
Okay, alright, last night, this morning, 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, where were you at?
We was right.
Huh?
We was right.
You were riding?
Yeah, me and my friend came and picked me up.
Who were you with at that point? Were you,
Brandon.
you were with Brandon?
Was Brandon in the phone number your phone?
Which one?
Brandon, the one you were riding with, Brandon.
Yeah, which one?
Cause you had to call him to get a ride, right?
I had to call Brandon, you right?
I'm asking.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we should see
Which I
Brandon's.
read about being the beer was really, you know. I had to call Brandon.
The phone number your phone?
Which one?
Brandon, the one you were riding with, Brandon.
Yeah, which one?
Cause you had to call him to get a ride, right?
I had to call Brandon, you right?
Detective Wilson asked, you had to call Brandon to get a ride, right? And his response was, I had to call Brandon to get a ride, repeating her question. In your training and experience, what have you found that to be indicative of, the repeating of the question that was asked?
It's essentially, I've always learned and was taught, and it's basically a person's way of procrastinating the answer. Like, let me think about the answer by repeating the answer over and over again slower, so I can come with my story.
I'm asking.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we should see
I'm
Brandon's.
sorry about being prepared with it, but, you know.
And what kind of car is Brandon in again?
Cream, silver, a silver, what's that called, again?
Okay. And where all were y'all riding around at?
We just, we like, he came got me from he got to the store. So we definitely, you know, we went by the store, left him out, you know, paying the rest of the night, we just school for the, get everywhere, we had to go to, out of here, I said, man, wanna go to like gambling center? Yeah, like, you know, come on, man. So we just tried, and he don't know where it's at. And as we come down, he turns down, I'm in there and I'm looking, I'm daydreaming, I'm listening to music. I had my little, I had my little influence in, this nigga get up there and says, I look up, he veered off, you know what I mean, like he turned. I said, well, what do you want, bro? He said, I'm gonna stop here, man, bro. I'm careful, I said, all right, whatever. We stopped. We come back in. We burned off.
What street are y'all on at this point?
We're going down. So when I look back, I said, which street we going, brother? He said, oh, we just passed by the house, bro. My kids will stay out here. I said, okay.
Pass by eyes?
Yeah, the eye street, the one running down there one. He turned down, he put down here, points to this thing. I said, okay, all right. You know, get back to it. He comes back in, he's like, man, where we going? So we going right here on the front rows. You know what I mean? He takes the loop, and we go to the rows. Now, when we get to the rows, I said, well, we want to shoot. He was like, and not ready to blood. He was like, I'm going to have to. So, you know, we just prepared something to smash back off. It was in to, we smash back off and we go toward it's not over.
So this is all between 2 and 3 o'clock?
This is all between, I want to say, yeah, between, if I had, you know, just taking a while, guess I wouldn't really, you know, on the time, but I would say, right, cut it to around.
Okay. Do you see kind of the issue where, so between 2 and 3 o'clock, which is when this murder happened, you're putting yourself 1 block away on Primrose?
No, put myself a couple of, oh, yeah, no. Yeah, because that's what gambling is.
Did y'all stop at that house on Primrose?
Which one, the gambling center?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we just passed by.
You just passed by? Did you stop and get out?
No, ma'am.
So y'all literally just, what was the point of riding by
No,
that?
he wasn't, I asked him, did he want to shoot? He was like, man, I really don't think, man, I don't think, I really feel like, yeah, man. I said, well, me, naturally, I also, I'm not sure.
Probably at one point that you and him go walking.
Yeah, get to, we got out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got out.
Get out of the car, went walking.
Yeah, when we passed through, no, when we passed through, he stopped, I jumped out.
Where'd y'all park the car at?
I got an important question for you, okay? Did you kill Ronald?
No, sir.
Do you know who did?
No, sir.
Was it you and Brandon?
No, sir.
Y'all go by Ronald's house?
No, they was gonna go back.
Like walk down the aisles to his house? Is there a reason why, there's all kinds of cameras around there. Is there a reason why somebody that would be matching your description and another subject would be seen or videoed walking down that street?
No, sir. That's my description?
Yeah.
And Brandon's description?
I don't know if it's total description.
Oh, well, no, sir.
And look, now is your time. If something happened, maybe the way it was supposed to happen or whatever, now is your time to tell us the story, how it went down, okay? Because We will talk to Brandon at some point, and the truth of everything's gonna come out. And I don't want you getting caught in these lies, because earlier already, you already told us you were down in the south end of the avenues between 2 and 3 o'clock. Now you put yourself down in the avenues off the Elon.
I told y'all you can't pick me up at 1 o'clock. In the south end, in off the avenues. Y'all asked what time you did that down here, and I said, well, we was just.
Well, you conveniently left out then that you were 1 block away from where Ronald got murdered, okay?
Which one? You didn't ask me for specifics, man, when you was going down through there. You never asked me.
Okay, well now it's time for specifics.
Well,
So you're putting yourself.
Again, when y'all asked me, I just told y'all just now, when y'all told me, I said, when he pulled up, saying that it's about my cousin's house, I'm not even doing his cousin living down there. Y'all just saying.
The judge is gonna see this video, a DA is gonna see this video, a jury is gonna see this video.
Now's your time to get right. Look, there's a reason why your name got brought up from the get-go. It's not a coincidence.
Yeah.
There's a reason why you're not wearing the same clothes that you were wearing earlier. You just traded clothes with a random homeless man in the Heritage Inn parking lot. Whoever Dom is, some guy sleeping in the parking lot, you just traded pants with?
No, that was his motel that we went to. When the girl left from there, and we went in there, and got to see, if you watching that, we went in, and I see her, and that was.
There's a discussion detective about him changing clothes. This is just hours after the murder, right?
Oh, yes.
In the Amigos video again, will show that he was wearing a different attire.
Yes, sir.
In your training experience, what is one reason why someone would change their clothing under these circumstances?
Either if, to basically stop looking the way you did, so if there's more cameras, you look different, or if there's any evidence on said clothing, anything.
Because if you look through there, I had my same stuff on. And I told my brother, I said, brother, I'm just gonna try to jump in here real quick and get my stuff. Now, my bags was in 225, because I was there with them for a little bit, you know.
Where's your bags at now?
They're there.
Where they at now?
And I took the bags out. A friend of mine had one, say he was from.
Who's your friend?
Perry.
Perry has a bag of your clothes in his trunk?
Now, Perry had a bag of my stuff in his trunk. My clothes.
Where are the clothes that you were wearing tonight?
Oh, they were in Dominique's room.
Which is what number, 225 or the other one?
Number 119.
119.
You said 219.
219, I'm sorry. 219.
You had to ride the elevator up? You're on the second floor?
No elevator.
Okay, but it's on the second
It's
level?
on the second level.
Okay. And why did you change clothes again?
But when I was coming up here, I was, you know, I don't know about y'all, but sometimes I'll be like, hey man, can you smell me? And you're like, man, I can't smell you, man, be quiet. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, I can smell myself.
So you got dirty clothes put on?
So,
Yeah, you got dirty clothes put on.
well, actually, so I'm talking about the truth. When I seen these clothes, they was not dirty. When I smelled them, as you can smell now, they was not stinking, no nothing. You know what I mean? And I asked them, and you see,
What's your drop on yourself right there?
but I didn't drop anything.
Whatever that is.
See, I didn't drop anything here. When I put the pants on, this was right here. It was whatever this was, like a throw up or whatever. And I said, I said, let me just have it up. Actually, let me tell you something. I put the pants on, he was like, I put them on. I was just with my girl, that's what you said. I said, man, I said, oh, you got some pants, bro? He's like, I don't want to have the pants, man. Come on, you got some. I was talking to a girl, I said, I didn't know this. I said, what? Got it throw up, but these pants are not gonna. They should.
Look, we're getting off.
Okay.
We're getting off on a rabbit hole here. Let's back up to 2 and 3 o'clock. Describe what y'all did when y'all were riding through Primrose Ives, that neighborhood over there. Where all did y'all go? Where did y'all stop? You just said y'all parked the car. You got out at some point. Walk me through that.
Yeah, no, listen. We parked the car, we just got out.
Where? Where did y'all park the
We
car?
parked the car, like this. If you go down Primrose, there's a church. You go a little further down, there's a house, right? Okay, well, let's go. Now, right outside the house is, a person's living area, but Brandon knows it, so we gotta, we're doing good, bro. I said, we're doing good. Yeah, man, I'm out of that, bro. He said, man, I'm really kind of tired. I said, man, you ain't never heard of me. So we been up. I said, you been up? He's like, yeah, man. We got a baby, his girl, he got newborn, so like, yeah, we get him out. I said, all right, bro, what's wrong with you? I said, man, I'm really ready to go, man. So I said, all right, I said, man, whenever you ready, bro, you can knock me out back to the heritage. Let's go. He was like, yeah, he was like, yeah, I'm just kidding, he's putting a big old man, like, fuck around with it. So how long were you wearing these clothes then? Oh, I just put these on. So I just put these on. Where they original set of clothing at? They're in 219.
And what were you wearing earlier?
Some black and white, I had some black and white pants on at first, and then I had shorts under them. Took my black and white pants off. It was terrifying. And then I wore my shorts, and I had a white shirt.
What kind of shoes?
Just some black, white, big black and white.
Tennis shoes, boots, sandals?
They was like flats. It was like flats.
Y'all are over on Primrose, you park the car, y'all get out, y'all chatting with people that Brandon knows, then what?
Then after we done, and I didn't say what was Jefferson and what Brandon knew. I said Brandon was going to go in there and chat with someone he knew who didn't. He said he just sat there, he knew who told him, remember, he said, man, and give it. I said, never. He said, well, he was like, yeah, well, I said, we can drop out here anytime that you get ready, bro, I'm going to trip back to here. He's like, yeah, man, he's not asking, but, right now, we just chill with the fuck, we're not sure. Faith tell me but I think we just stay with them.
And when, where?
When we got done from there, we went to what was that? We would say maybe Harris. And we said, let's do it right here, just turn around. You sit down. Sit out and towards the hill.
You know, like on your cell phone, you have like location feeds and stuff like that. So we'll be able to tell where all y'all are.
No, it's cool.
Do y'all go down I Street at any point, whether driving or walking?
Ma'am, it's cool.
I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you.
Oh, what you mean?
Did y'all go down I Street?
That I told you that he went down.
Okay, when was that?
The same time that I told you.
Okay, so y'all didn't go down I Street at some point?
Well, we went, that's what I tell you, when I was sitting there like, so I'm doing what's McCollum. Now, he has a version of.
I'm gonna run that back about 10 seconds and replay you. Because my question will be, did he ever even answer the question?
Whoever, he says, that's what I tell you.
Do y'all go down I Street at any point, whether driving or walking?
Ma'am, it's cool.
I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you.
Oh, what you mean?
Did y'all go down I Street?
That I told you that he went down.
Okay, when was that?
The same time that I told you.
Okay, so y'all didn't go down I Street at some point?
Ma'am, he went, that's what I tell you, when I was sitting there like, so I'm doing what's McCollum. Now, he has a version of whoever, he says, stay down, but his face on right now, but it's kind of whatever. And he's like, yeah, I'm saying, like, I'm feeling, and then info spot. See, you down? Say, you down? Oh, no, he's like, man, I don't even know. He's like, I never heard of them, though. I know they like this, like that. And he's like, I'm like, all right. So we just chill, you know what I'm saying? He jumps back in, like,
so he's out on that street?
No.
When you say he jumps back in, he's out of the car?
No, he get out to go do something in his trunk because of his, I don't know.
And this is on I Street?
Yeah, he's on our street by where his, so he ain't too far. going up towards, like, facing this way, going up towards, like, going back towards.
So Brandon gets out of the car and does what?
He goes in his trunk and he grabs something, because he's like, bro, you know what I mean, let me get this. He's like, man, my shit say fuck it up. I said, all right, bro, go ahead. I said, man, it's cool, bro. It's a gym. And he turned back in, what you got? And that's when,
What did he do in the trunk? What was he doing?
man, I couldn't, he didn't say.
How long was he out in the trunk?
He didn't know.
How long was that?
We got out probably about a minute, maybe two. Probably about 3 minutes. Whatever he was doing, he wasn't just, you know what I'm saying, whatever he was doing, he probably already did it before, because he was busy.
Who's his cousin that lives on Oak Street?
Man, I couldn't tell you that. He was like, thanks, man.
Did he live close to Ronald?
Actually, he really did.
I mean, it's not a big
I
street.
couldn't say he was too far away from him, and I couldn't say he was too close to him. When I look back, I couldn't really just tell where they was. And then when I look forward, I could see you still got to pull up. Like, you know what I'm saying?
So did y'all ever stop at his cousin's house? Or y'all just talked about it?
No, we started, man, that's what it calls. All black on this one side is good, so.
Did y'all like go up to the house and
No,
hang out with your cousin or anything?
Man, I guess he just tried to fix whatever he was trying to fix, because he's like, man, it's my phone. My chemical responsibility.
So do you see where we're at right now? So between 2 and 3 a.m., which is when this murder occurred, you're parked on I Street, the same street that Ronald's killed on.
The small street, short street.
You're on I
Yeah,
Street,
man, and between maybe 2 and
and
3, we're on.
and you're shocked that your name is getting brought up in this.
We're on Primrose Street. Around like that time, we didn't already left from there, man. We didn't spend no time there. We
Spent 3 minutes. Spent 3
At least 3 minutes.
No, I'm saying that's what he did. He told me to do whatever he had to do. He told me he
Do you think he killed Ron?
My phone was not showing.
Do you think he killed Ron? Your friend Brandon, you think Brandon killed Ron?
I don't think so, no.
You don't think so? That's not so sure.
I don't think so, the rules stood out.
Yeah, but she says he went back and he went and did his own thing for about 3 minutes. Like, did he talk, like, did he put on somewhere?
I said,
So you had eyes on him, you saw him the whole time?
But I thought you said you were just doing the drive and everything like that.
So if we find out Brandon killed Ronald, you were there too, because y'all were there the whole time?
No, listen, you get in the song, right? The car ain't just no big, stupid car. So even though I'm doing this stuff, you still feel, you know what I'm saying, like whatever he's working on, whatever he's doing. Still so far. Stupid. You know, whatever's working on, whatever he's doing, you still kind of feel like, you know, whatever the problem was, just you're turning it down or whatever, but you know, you feel the car moving. Because you know,
What's he doing? What do you think he's doing?
man, my continue is his car, even though the way
But
his
he
car
had to
functions.
pull over to do something right then, in the trunk of his car.
Yeah, so when he pulls over, he's like, oh, this chill, like, what's up? He's like, man, it's calm. He said, man, it's calm. He said, man, man, it's my info spot. I'm like, okay, all right, that's what's up. And he's like, oh, yeah, he's like, damn. I just hold up. So he died, so he didn't just walk down, you know what I'm saying, and just jump out and fix the problem. He was telling me, damn, it's hard, you know, he was gonna do it when back down video, but I didn't put money into how much shit like that. But, yeah, then he died, but, I mean, for him to run down from where we was to wherever they did, and, I mean, go kill him and come back.
Look, what's Brandon's righteous name? Brandon what?
I don't know his last name, though.
How do you know this guy?
I know him because we stayed in the same room when we was on
Which is where? Where y'all were?
Little Village.
Okay. What's he saved as in your phone?
PV, Homer.
Okay. How old is Brandon?
Oh, everybody around like 37. Like 36, 37.
36, 37? Is he a black male? What's he look like? What kind of hairstyle he got?
He's bald.
Bald? How tall is he?
schools. So, yeah.
About how much does he weigh?
Oh, wow. I could not bother with skinny fat. I would say like,
Average, stocky?
yeah, probably about 165, I'm about 70.
So he's pretty tall and skinny?
He's pretty tall and
Lean?
I would say skinny, you know what I'm saying? For the person that height, I guess you got nice design on.
Any facial hair?
You know what? I'm not pretty sure.
Tattoos?
I'm not, that's crazy how you know somebody, but then like, if you know, tattoo, I'm trying to get back there. I'm not positive. I can't give you a positive because I'm not positive.
About, do you wear like glasses or anything? Or?
I think I have seen him occasionally, I think sometimes.
You remember what he was wearing tonight?
He was wearing, oh no. I don't know how to describe you what he was wearing.
Where's he stay at now?
No, I couldn't tell you that either. I'm sorry, I couldn't tell you.
Is he still PV or somewhere else?
Well, I'm not sure if his location, so for me to say something would just be a wild guess.
And that's who you called to come and get you from down in the south end?
That's who came and he called me.
He called
He
you?
called me. I was like, where you at? I said, I'm in the south. He was like, what's the address? And I was like, he was like, what's that? Oh man, look, man, come with me, man. I say, I'm in the south. I'm gonna have you read that. He like, text me the address. He said, text you the address? He told me to text him the address. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He said he asked you for the address by text. Right. Did you get a text or did you call him? He asked me for the address by phone. Yeah. But when I hung my phone up, you know what I'm saying, I was phone. And forgot to send the address, like, what's the address? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And then I finally gave it to him by phone. So he called him back and said, hey, the address is on. I forgot what was like that. I don't know, Bible school.
No, man. Your story doesn't sound good. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't believe you.
Yeah, everything you're saying is half true. What that was a learning person. That was okay. That's what I'm being involved down the time. Just being. I got friends to watch. If that's what it is, then that's what it is. But I can only tell y'all what happened. I can't make things believable. It's not impossible for me to go down any one street in Beaumont. And then you say, oh, he's on that street. At that time, Romeo, so this happened. I don't think that.
That's a huge coincidence, though. That is a huge coincidence.
It's unrealistic to say, hey, you was on the street, so you did that. So now I didn't believe because you was on that street. You was a couple blocks away from me from where the street is. I'm always a couple of blocks away from where the street is. It was never ever a problem then. It seemed like it's a problem now.
You were all over the city today, though. You were out west, you were at the
Hang tight real quick, gonna do one thing and then. Thank you.
Stressful. Yes.
Detective Carmen, would you guys step out for about 15 minutes? Judge, for the record, I'm just gonna fast forward through some of it.
Thank you.
Hey, got another water. Sorry about that, man. They were on me right. Bro. So there's some very specific questions I ask you, and we need to be, not beat around the bush about it, just be plain and simple about it, okay? First off, when you were in the car with, Brandon, what type of vehicle was it? Was it a four-wheel car? Was it a SUV? Was it a truck?
Two-door? So when you said like when y'all were on ice and he had popped the trunk, was it like a hatchback or like an actual trunk?
Like,
Yeah, when we popped it.
So like when he got out?
So it would be in, the way for him to open his trunk,
Okay.
it would be in the car.
So when he got out and went to the trunk though, could you still see him? Or was it?
Not necessarily, you can just feel the,
Okay, so it's like an actual trunk, not a,
right, it's like different vibration though. And like every movement is different.
what we're saying is, it's not like our police SUVs where they lift it, the hatch.
Right.
It's an actual trunk like you see on like a Dodge Ram, a Dodge, Charger, right? Or something like that.
you stay awake for us, we're almost done.
Oh, okay.
Kinda like or an old Crown Vic. Kinda like that, it's like that, right? Alright.
Have you, what kind of car do you have? You don't have a car? Have you ever had a car?
I have neon, 98 neon, but.
Oh, that was a long time ago, huh?
What color was that?
Well, no, that was, yeah, the details.
What color was your neon?
Brownish, like tannish and stuff.
Okay. Would, so if you're not getting a ride from someone, how are you normally getting around? You borrow somebody's car?
No, that my Colorado.
Always call around?
Well, sometimes,
Gentleman that can't,
I have a wife and dad here in B school.
the gentleman that brought you here, he was your brother?
Yes, I'm.
Alright, what does he drive?
Oh, yeah, right, you see him.
I didn't see the car, you got walking around.
Photo sheet,
What color?
like brown.
Green Jeep?
He ever let you borrow that?
I don't know that.
Okay.
What about a black car? Anybody in your family have a black car that you ever used?
Ellie? I'm just sure you probably do.
Like your mom or your sister or girlfriend, anybody like that?
My dad's little sister called me.
Your sister might have a car that's black?
Last night, I'm not sure, you know what I'm saying? I ain't been in her house. I mean, I've been in her house, but last time I seen her, she had a Mercedes that was running. She had
When's the last time you actually drove? When's the last time you actually drove? What kind of car was it?
oh man, weeks.
You know what kind of car it was though? Whose car it was?
I can answer that now, because I
You have nothing registered in your name though?
no man.
Okay.
Signed the phone.
Let's go over one more time where your clothes are at. You said Heritage Inn. Is that correct? Okay. What room number would they be in again?
Oh, yeah, 219.
219? And that was Dominique's room?
That was Dominique's room.
Okay. Do you know Dominique's last name,
No, I
phone number, anything about him?
don't. I might have his number on my phone, like,
What would it be saved under?
I don't think I do,
Um,
I do have.
What does your bag look like that the clothes are gonna be in?
The bag is just blue bag, black bag, like Chanel, that's Steve Madden bag. That's a Steve Madden bag. You're gonna have like a little duffel bag, clothes in it,
Little duffel bag.
and a little handbag.
Detective, the question simply was, what does the bag look like? Right, sir. Did you get a straight answer?
No, sir.
Was the bag blue or was the bag black?
Never asked.
Was the bag a Chanel bag or was the bag a Steve Madden bag?
Big difference, never asked.
Was the bag a duffel bag or was the bag a handbag? Is that kind of par for the course for this entire interview?
Yes, sir.
And your belongings in it, like a wallet,
That's like a little duffel, Steve Madden bag.
what you're gonna be in?
I don't think I do, I do have.
What does your bag look like that the clothes are gonna be in?
The bag is just blue bag, black bag, like Chanel, that's Steve Madden bag. Let me bag up. That's a Steve Madden bag. You're gonna have like a little duffel bag, clothes in it,
Little duffel bag.
and a little handbag.
Does it have your belongings in it, like a wallet or anything that belongs to you, or cell phone, or anything else? We got a picture of
You know who this is? I got, you can get it?
I'm sorry.
You know who this is?
That's, actually, yeah, Brandon.
That's Brandon?
Is that who you rode around with tonight?
That's okay.
That's the one that, yeah,
That's the same Brandon we're talking about? Okay, that's all.
So we do the same thing, saying this is Brandon and sign, this way we know exactly what we're doing.
There's a lot of Brandons there.
I believe,
There you go.
And you think Brandon's car was what color again?
Silver.
The color car was just Brandon? Better silver?
And, you got those clothes as soon as you.
I'm passing out for you.
No, you're fine. I've been awake since 3 o'clock, or actually before that. You have those clothes on because you needed a new pair of clothes, is what you're saying, alright?
Listen.
Was it just you and Brandon?
Exactly, man.
Oh, go ahead.
Change that because I don't like just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You're right, just to try to get off the anyway. I was gonna do it anyway.
Was it just you and Brandon hanging out tonight? Was there anybody else riding around with y'all?
No, just me and Brandon.
It's you and Brandon. And look, we're obviously still in the early stages of this investigation. We do appreciate you coming in here and talking to us and being cooperative, and like we said, we want to find out who did this. We also want to eliminate anybody who maybe wasn't involved, okay? But I'm gonna be honest with you, Romeo. I don't know if I believe everything you're saying, okay? And it doesn't look good that you're over in the area at the exact same time this guy's killed, okay?
and then you say that you did it.
They say I did.
Yeah. So is there anything you want to tell us right now before we let you go? Because this is it, this is your interview, this is your time. It's time to get right.
just want to know who they.
You say your name.
The thing is, we don't pull names out of a hat and all of a sudden just pull somebody.
Right.
Somebody's gotta come to us, and multiple people have come to us, so when I say, hey, I got
Say it
a
was Romeo.
Yes.
Other people just come and say, hey, man, Romeo. It's Romeo. Romeo did it. Romeo killed him. Hey, man, go get Romeo. Okay. Now, we really said you, right, around the people. Now, those same people, if you probably show them to me, I probably don't know who they are.
Maybe not, I don't know. But,
And,
But you do understand when I say that, we have to look. We have to investigate and go through everything,
I
right?
understand completely. You gotta go to the answer.
We have to ask all the questions, and we have
But it
to,
seems like it's only people that's pulling up saying, hey, somebody else did this for other people. So now, this man having to be murdered, what happened in the past, right? All of a sudden, it's 1,000 people raising their hands, so, hey, I know who did it, it was on you. You know, it's just how people just, they don't give it a second thought, they don't say, hey, man, they don't take time to go in, yeah, it was on you. Hey, man, it was on you.
so if we talk to Brandon, what's he gonna tell us?
I'm gonna tell you something.
The exact same story you told us?
The exact same story.
Wow, man. Fish it.
you want to have anything, let me see your hands real quick.
Excuse me.
Okay. Awesome.
I always like that. I'm sorry about that.
Means you're a hard worker.
And you know some crazy? I used to learn.
Used to do what?
My dad.
Pick up iron?
I used to pick up iron. I used to or whatever. I didn't know what was going on.
That's definitely hard work, man.
You got your city soon, just trying to keep it. Kind of photograph what you're wearing and stuff, here, stand up real quick.
Detective, you guys essentially just photograph him, and then from this point, after that, just terminate the interview, correct? Just that's all I wish to publish at this time
Right.
with regard to state speaking freedom. Detective, I want to talk about what, if any, data you were able to obtain as a result of the download from the cell phone, the defendant's cell phone. We've had testimony from Officer Courts about the download. We've got that download in evidence now. Did you use the information from that download to obtain additional information? And what was that additional information that you obtained?
Objection, Your Honor, approach.
Sure.
Detective Carmouche, using the information that you obtained from the cell phone downloader, what we refer to as dump, did you or were you able to obtain additional data?
Yes, sir.
And what, first of all, what data did you obtain? Not specific, just the type of data. And describe for the jury. Let me just break it down in one part, 2 parts. What kind of data did you obtain?
Personal ID number for his account.
What kind of account?
A Google account.
A Google account. And using that personal ID information, Google ID account obtained from the cell phone of the defendant, did you procure a search warrant?
Yes, sir.
And the search warrant contained the Google ID identifier that you obtained from the phone, among other things. And that search warrant was signed by a judge, correct?
Correct.
And sent off to Google, correct?
Correct.
And Google, in turn, pursuant to their normal operating procedure, sent you an email with a link that's password protected, correct?
Correct.
And please correct me if I'm getting
Okay,
stuff wrong.
but prior to that, they basically identify, they do their best to identify who I am, make sure that I am a peace officer, and they send it, I send my PID number, which is my police identification number. Each officer in the state of Texas has one, they're all different. They find out and insure my employer, and then I send the search warrant request. They send it to the legal team, and then once they decide, yeah, we'll go ahead and look at it, they notify me, and then I send the request again, and then, or they send me the portal, I'm sorry, backwards. They'll send me a link to a portal and to make a password and everything, so it's portal protected, and time sensitive.
But this is nevertheless all predicated on the information obtained from the cell phone, in this case. The Google ID information obtained from the cell phone is what essentially leads to the information in the search warrant, which leads to the request to Google, and which leads to them sending you the information through a password protected email, right?
Correct.
Have you done this on few or on many occasions?
I've done this twice.
Twice?
Excluding this one.
As far as you know, though, is this the way it is done? I mean, the way to get data, Google location data.
Yes, my source that I got from Houston, who I work with now in the ATF, he did it dozens of times in Houston.
And I'm going to show you what I am marking as State's Exhibit number 54. And with the court's permission, I'll approach and hand it to you.
Yes, sir.
And it has a label on it, and using the label that's on there, can you identify the information that's contained in this use? Google that.
Can y'all both speak up? Y'all are both getting lower and lower, I think.
Google that.
Okay, Google.
I know. That's why we need to speak up.
Yeah. The Google data that you've just been testifying about, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any reason to believe that the data contained on here is not a fair and accurate representation of the data that you originally got through that password protected link from Google?
No, it's fair.
In fact, when was the last time that you reviewed this data? Or looked at it?
Recently, before the trial, I was updating myself.
Judge, at this time, State Officer States 54. This data was provided to Defense Counsel in discovery, and for the record, I'm tendering to Defense Counsel for his inspection.
One moment, sir.
Yes, sir.
Judge, ma'am, we'll be a witness.
Sure.
Detective, you indicated in your testimony that this data that you received in response to a search warrant from Google is linked to the defendant in this case, correct?
Correct.
And what allows you from the cell phone extraction to link the data received from Google to the defendant?
What do you mean by which allows?
First witness, Your Honor.
Sure.
So, what I'm showing you now is what the state has marked and offered into evidence, right? And you can see that there is an ID number. Correct. But indeed, there's actually more than one ID number, correct? Right?
Sorry, same as Excel form.
I'll pull it up, but it's in a different, so this one right here, right? That's different than the other. Right. So that one is different than the rest, correct? On line 16?
Yeah.
Okay, so what device or who is that linked to?
Well, I don't know that.
Well, where in the data from the cell phone do you get this identifier that you're suggesting is linked to the defendant?
Well, when I sent off, I sent off the Google request with the information, and they established that that's him.
Now, I don't agree with you, Detective.
Objection,
Hold on,
that's
this
already
isn't-
granted, Judge.
Well, yeah, we're not, it's just ask some questions for voir dire and then turn it back over to Mr. Coleman.
I would call your attention to the search warrant together with the affidavit. You indicate the items to be searched as Exhibit A and items to be seized as Exhibit B, correct? Okay, so attachment A specifies the company information, Google, correct?
Yes, sir.
Attachment B specifies records pertaining to a geofencing location, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain what geofencing is?
Geofencing is basically, say you have a little plot area, you're saying, I want to create a digital fence in this square, and all the information I want is from this location.
And the information contained in the reverse lookup, that's the information responsive to this request, correct?
Correct.
So in the actual warrant, where you identify what's to be seized, right? And what it pertains to, you aren't asking for records specific to any one person, are you? You're asking for a geofencing identification of various devices associated with that location, right?
Let me
Okay.
Let's do this. It's 2:40. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our mid-afternoon break, and we can, if there's anything that can get sorted out before you come back, we'll do that. If not, we'll continue. When you come back, we'll take 15 minutes and try to get started at 5 minutes till 3. Please keep in mind all the instructions you were previously given, and if everyone else would please remain seated. You're excused for about 15 minutes, and we also can get some fresh coffee out there to y'all probably in just a minute as well. All right, let the record reflect the jury's outside the presence of the courtroom. I know I'm confused, so I'm sure the jury's confused. So let me just see if I've got it right. There was a phone that was known to be the defendant's. And there was a search warrant, and it was dumped, and information.
Dumped pursuant to consent, Judge.
Dumped pursuant to consent, all right? So we get the dump, we get the information off of it. That information is then used for a search warrant for a Google.
No.
No,
In fact,
Yes,
you
Judge.
signed it.
hold on. I'm asking Detective Carmouche,
Yes,
really.
Yes, it was a Google data search, so basically the email associated with that phone that was dumped previously, which has Mr. Johnson's name on it, that a geofence be erected in looking for his.
Hold on a second. Stop. Stop with all this. I'm going to give you an opportunity, but all you're doing is distracting me. I have no idea what he just said.
I'm sorry.
I understand that you disagree. Let me get what I think I understand, then I'm going to give both you and Mr. Coleman an opportunity at the right time.
Yes, sir.
All right. I need to see if I can a copy of the warrant
Miss
that.
Simmons just pulled it
I have it pulled up.
It was executed actually by you, Judge. And so,
I didn't ask that. Hold on. Calm down. Take a breath.
Miss Simmons just pulled it.
Can
I can get you back on the computer.
why don't, would you email it to me, please? I could probably pull it up on Cloud Gavel also.
I think that one man was in the end.
It was? Okay.
We don't have a point here.
Okay.
I'm almost there, Judge. I had to save it as a PDF to get it to you.
Okay, thank you.
It's been sent, Judge.
How many pages is it?
It's 20, Your Honor.
All right, so for the record, I'm looking at, I have now printed out search warrant.
with the return, I believe, since that was 20 pages.
Let me see. So I'm on page 3. Which is attachment B. We're just talking about search 1, which is the target, the location data, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
The probable cause is attached. Okay. Looks like I maybe have 2 copies of the same thing.
It printed from the same PDF, Your Honor. I don't think it's duplicated. Essentially it is. I think it's saved in Odyssey as a duplicate, so that might be what happened.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Okay. So where in this search warrant is it requesting anything other than that geolocation? I'm confused.
Your Honor, may I?
Yeah.
I think there might be confusion regarding the cell phone dump in terms of the Google location data in which he's speaking of. The cell phone dump was previously admitted by our first witness. Here in the statement of probable cause, you'll see on the, I see it as page 7 on Odyssey. I'm not sure where you're at here. But he even specifies the accounts he linked to Google by the Johnson Romeo 285@gmail, which is the direct email he was requesting from Google for them to specify just with that phone. So this is all Google location data reference. It's not the cell phone data.
Okay, it's location data from the
From his
Google,
Google
from,
device.
yeah.
This is, Your Honor, okay, a couple of things in order. So attachment B specifies a location,
Correct.
right? And then if you go on to the statement of probable cause, below the paragraph where it indicates that he disclosed information in an interview,
Tell me,
it's linked, he does.
what paragraph? I mean, it's
Okay.
pages long. Tell me where, I know they're not numbered, but is it on the first page, statement of probable cause?
No, Your Honor, so, I'm sorry, it is the,
Or give me some keywords that the paragraph starts with.
so, on the next to last page, it starts the time frame of the Google request,
Okay,
and then it goes on to indicate that there are obfuscated IDs provided in response that do not identify a person. This is the witness's probable cause affidavit, right? These, well, I'll just let you read it. and
yeah,
go-
give me a second. Okay, so this request is for the area around the Ives Street location for any Google
Judge, I
phones.
think Detective Carmouche can speak in more specificity specifically about the obfuscated IDs and how that relates to a potential issue with a geofence type.
First of all, I don't know what that means. So what is reverse location? I've never heard that word.
Basically, it's the same, it's the opposite of getting your, get the location off the phone. It's in reverse, you're getting it from the actual service itself.
Okay,
So it's going from the other direction.
okay,
And the geofence in the area it is was told to, in the one that was supposed to tell them this ID number, which is, I mean, Google is like if you have an Apple ID and you change phones, it stays on that phone. This is the same thing with Google, so it still will transmit, it still will talk, shake hands with other devices, even if it doesn't have service, because all phones still have to go down 911.
Your Honor,
Hold on.
And they basically full network.
So in this, I'm looking for the ID that was given.
it wasn't.
May I speak to that, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe, and I think that Detective can.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna go off.
I think Detective can actually clarify this as well. In the second page of the statement of probable cause where he defines or states the name Johnson Romeo 285, I think that's the ID which he's requesting Google to give the specified information for. It's linked to the specific email, which if you I don't know if you've had time to briefly review it.
Go ahead, point me in the right direction.
If you look through the multiple paragraphs here, it specifies throughout his training experience and whatnot, the Google account, the ID, in this case, the email he's provided, is able to be given to Google for them to formulate the responses for the reverse location in which they receive. It's specified to the email, not the exact ID.
I see, and so I see here right above where there's a Google location history data, right above that, it talks about Johnson Romeo 285 at gmail.com, and that's the device that information was extracted at reason of the judge. All right, so you may make your argument and objection, and then I will make a ruling as to whether or not it will be admissible or not. And this is, we are talking about States 54.
I would, just before the jury's brought back in, Your Honor, I would note that the response to this subpoena that the state is alleging is associated with the defendant contains more than one anonymized, obfuscated ID.
Where's the return? I don't have a copy of what was given back. I guess that's what is on 54. So that's what's on, you're saying what is on States 54 is, contains more than just this?
Yes, more than one ID, Judge, and that's because it's not specific to an email address. What Google does, and we've taken seminars on this, what Google does is looks at everybody in one area, and then law enforcement is able to take that data and narrow it down, saying, okay, these particular devices, we want more information with regard to this. If you
That's a
look at,
different, so now that's a different search. I sign those all the time, and that's a very different search warrant than what this one is. And so there are times when I have signed search warrants, for instance, that say, potentially like this, on Ive Street, Verizon, we want everything from this tower from this time to this time. And it gets all of the users that are using their phone or their car or their Google devices. That is different than what this is.
In fact,
So
I
I
can proffer to the court that this is what we obtained pursuant to that search warrant. This is what I intend to offer. It is specific, Judge. It is narrow in scope, and it is narrow, specific to this particular device, too.
So what I am going to allow is only information that is specific to the Johnson phone where that email came from. If that is what is on States 54, then that's what I'm going to allow.
that is not all, Your Honor. If you look at line 16, here's their USB.
I don't have that.
Judge Simmons did point out that, go ahead, please.
Your Honor, I'm looking at the, I don't think it's labeled as an exhibit at this point, what Mr. Coleman just had proffered to you. There's just one separate specific ID, which.
I see it. It ends in a 913 instead of E42.
No, Your Honor, it actually ends in AF1.
Oh,
That
you
is
don't have
actually.
You don't have the full expanded cell on that spreadsheet.
Excel won't allow it to print in landscape with how long the ID is specified to. There's just one that would basically need to be omitted.
Do you agree with that?
Well, I don't.
Again, Judge, there's a separate one because two different devices were in that vicinity that night. More of the extraction.
So, but that's what I'm saying is that if there is one, whichever one is associated with Mr. Johnson's I'm going to allow in. If it's not, I need that redacted, whatever is not from, that should have been returned with that search warrant.
How can you tell the difference?
I'm,
What number is it?
This is the only one.
What's that sale? How
That
that
is
sale?
the reversal, that's the obfuscated ID, which you discussed, and what Mark was bringing up.
We got an expanded, or we can expand that cell out, Judge,
Mhm.
in that spreadsheet, and we can see which one that needs to be redacted.
But the question then becomes, how do you know that that's the one? For
how do you
this-
know which one's which?
Detective, I mean, there's an ID number there, right? I mean, that ID number is associated with his account.
Can you show him, hold on. Sit on them. If you need to show him your computer that has the longer one or whatever, y'all need to figure out which ones are which. I'm gonna take a break. Y'all do it off the record, respectfully. Let detective have a moment to look at it and see if there's a way to tell. State attorneys present, defendant and defense counsel are present. Thank you for being here, Ms. Prazzo. And if you have other things to do, it's, okay. Hopefully we'll get there. So you, everybody's been given an opportunity to kind of look at the information with regard to states number 54. And so, where are we?
Judge, we are redacting the one, identifying number on this spreadsheet that is different from all the other identifying numbers. Detective Carmouche has an explanation for why that's the case. It doesn't necessarily mean that it wasn't associated with the Google account for this defendant. It means essentially that perhaps.
It's just a speculation that it could be a Bluetooth device connected to it, maybe.
A what?
A Bluetooth device connected to the phone itself.
Like
Okay.
headphones or.
That's a guess.
Something. But out of an abundance of caution, we are in the process of redacting.
Okay, Mr. Wilkerson?
Obviously, that, as he just said, is a speculation. I can't, first of all, I can't say agree or not object to them putting incomplete evidence into the record or admitting results of a search warrant that don't include both IDs.
Okay, so do you want both of them in?
Well, if the court's gonna let them in, but
I'm gonna let them in.
I'd like to create a bill of review first, though, before we bring the jury back in.
Okay, so here's where I am on it, just so, and so before you tell them to stop, don't, take it out, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we do not want it redacted, correct? If I'm going to let it in, you want it in?
Correct.
Okay, so, the reason I believe that, not the reason I believe, the reason I'm going to allow states 54 in, it is the direct results of a warrant that to me appears to be valid warrant, albeit signed by me. I'm not opposed to saying that I did something wrong at times. This, however, is a different type of warrant than normal. The identification on what was asked for was specific. It was in the form that Google requires for that identification. And what they sent back was in some way connected to that identifier. And so for those reasons, I'm going to allow states 54 in. Mr. Wilkerson, you can put whatever you need to on the record.
Okay, and can we also have the court mark this as an exhibit?
What is
The
this?
search warrant and affidavit for the search warrant?
Yeah, it just
Mark it as a court's exhibit under seal for appellate review purposes.
as, let's call it, what do you want to call it? Just courts one, if you'll label it, or we'll label it, we'll call it courts one, we'll get it labeled as courts one for record purposes only, which is the search warrant with the attached probable cause, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Detective, before the break, we were discussing our response to a search warrant that was submitted to Google in conjunction with a signature or an authorization by Judge West. In that warrant, attachment A describes what's to be searched, specifically Google. Is that correct?
I don't have it in my hand, but I believe so.
Here, I've got 2 copies, so give Detective a copy of what you're asking him about. I'm confused now. Give me a second, because I've gotten the 2 mixed up now. All right, there's search warrant, attachment A. Search warrant. What did I do? Give me a second. Attachment B, and then B goes through this statement of probable cause. Signature. It ends with the 2 pictures, correct?
Just copy one picture.
All right, go ahead.
So attachment A describes Google itself being searched, correct?
Correct.
Attachment B identifies the records pertaining to the search, correct?
Yes.
In attachment B, those records are pertaining to identifying information according to the production protocol described below for Google accounts that report a GPS, cellular, Wi-Fi, or Bluetooth source location history generated from devices that report a location within a geographic region bounded by the following coordinates, correct?
Correct.
And then search 1 is identifying a time frame to be searched, and then a target location, and that target location is the residence on Ives where Ronald was killed, correct?
And within a commuter radius.
Okay, so if we then go on past B, which reference these production protocols as far as what the response to the search warrant would be, the production protocols indicate that for each location point recorded within the search parameters, that specific location, correct? Google shall produce anonymized information specifying the corresponding unique location, obfuscated device IDs of all location data, wherever from derived, including triangulation, trilateralization, Bluetooth beacons, precision measurement information, such as timing, advance, or per call measurement data, Wi-Fi location, including the GPS coordinates, estimated radius, and the dates and times of all location recordings, data source and device type, during the date and time associated with the specific IDs, and then in parentheses, it identifies the anonymized list, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when it says that Google will produce anonymized information specifying the reverse location, that is, that house where Ronald was killed, you're alleging that despite that production protocol indicating that what is returned is specific to this defendant, that is actually not an anonymized, obfuscated ID, correct?
One more time, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so the production protocol referenced in the search warrant specify that Google will provide anonymized information, right? Specifying the corresponding reverse location, obfuscated
Yeah,
obfuscated IDs or devices of all location data, right? And then goes on, correct?
so let me stop you for a second, because are y'all reading this? Have y'all read it in detail?
I have not.
Because here's what it appears to
I think
be.
she's more familiar with it than I am.
So in the probable cause affidavit that's attached to the warrant, it states where they got the information and that it was an email attached to Mr. Johnson. The search warrant does not, the warrant part itself, including attachment A and attachment B, does not specifically tell Google that they're looking for information related to that email or that identifier. It is specifically, if I'm reading this correctly now that I'm taking my time and calm down, that it's asking for anything, any data within that 50-meter radius during that time period. And what was returned then is what you've got. So in order for that to be relevant and admissible, in my opinion, there needs to be a way for Detective Carmouche or someone to identify those identifiers, relate them back to the Johnson email, if that makes sense.
Judge, not only, well, my understanding of the rules of evidence is that the standard is we have to simply establish it is what we purport it to be. And I think if you look at it in its totality, also, and what I mean by that is the fact that this data, based on the chart that we put together based on the data, if you overlay it on top of the flock camera, on top of the other data points that we have in this case, it tracks its defendant.
So I guess what I'm not going to allow is it does not appear that based on, if you take this information away from all of the other information, the question I have is there a way to identify it as that phone? Now, I'm not saying I'm not going to allow it in as some information that was provided based on a valid search warrant for what it purports to be, which is everything that happened in that area within a certain amount of time. And then you lay it over and say, must have been him, use your reason and common sense, you can do all the things that the charge says. But I don't believe that anyone has told me, and if I'm wrong, detective can tell me at this point, that he can say these results are specifically taken by themselves, belong to the Google phone or the Google account or whatever it is that belongs to Mr. Johnson. Does that make it more clear?
Judge, I think Ms. Simmons has something to add to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at attachment B, it does specify the records pertaining to identifying information. It asks you to, I guess, look to the production protocol and look for the initial search parameters, which on the next page where it does specify the production protocol.
Right.
Looking at 1 and 2, it says Google shall query location history database with the initial search parameters. And then from there, it does go into 2, it specifies for each location and it asks them to look to the specific reverse location of the obfuscated IDs as well as the device IDs. And then going into the statement of probable cause, he does specify the direct ID with Romeo Johnson.
But this is not a search warrant of, so if you take the search warrant itself, what it's telling them to do, the statement of probable cause is for me, right? That's not for Google to read and decipher what they're supposed to figure out that they're looking for. I look at that, or any judge or magistrate looks at that and says, yes, I think you have probable cause to do this being ask for the search warrant and grant the search warrant to do what it is. So there's no, if it specifically said in attachment B or under those protocols and I've seen them where we've done this, C probable cause stated, blah, blah, blah. this is in fact it looks different, but this is the typical search warrant that we sign for location data for any people that show up at that, or any devices that show up in a certain area at a certain prescribed time. So all I'm saying is that I still believe I'm going to allow it in. It was based on what I think, under the Four Corners rule, I think the probable cause is valid. I think it gets you to get where we are. And then at the right time, you can triangulate and put whatever on top of you want, and the jury can use it for what weight they want to give it. But I'm not going to allow it to be said that this is downloaded or this information is specific to him at this point. Make sense?
Yes, sir. So, one other thing, the only thing I would ask is whether or not Detective Farmush has anything else to add to this, as far as linking this.
No, once you start getting
to that
into
problem.
obligatory and that kind of.
Once we started talking legal words.
Start fading into the bushes.
No, I mean, I guess, so I just want to make sure.
I've got it.
Do you see what, I mean, it's the location for whatever's there is what we asked for, what you asked for and what I granted, and the search warrant. And the reason I got there was because he used the identifier in the probable cause, which gave me probable cause to say, yes, that's where he got this location and all of the information that went into it, but
there's no way detective could link that identifying number that's in that data, in that spreadsheet, back to this phone or this defendant's Google account as you sit there?
Imagine they would have it. It would have to be
Well, I mean,
requested, is what I'm saying.
then we can demonstrate to the judge right now as you're sitting there.
okay. All right. So then, again, do you still, based on that ruling, that I'm going to allow it in, but not allow the, it to be said that it is linked specifically at this time to this defendant, but just linked to the area and the time around the Ives house? Do you have an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I object both to relevance, since it's not established, nor does it help the jury determine that this defendant committed the murder. And so I would ask to continue with my bill of reviewing the search warrant that was provided to Google.
Well, it's in evidence. I've allowed the whole search warrant and the statement of probable cause into evidence, and so I don't know that we need to read it all in for the bill of review, since I've allowed it in, so I don't. What else do you, go ahead.
I mean, I would also object that it is substantially more prejudicial than it is probative. Once you say that these are related to this defendant.
I'm not allowing them to say that they're related to this defendant.
But if they're not related to this defendant, then how are they related to guilt, innocence?
They're related to the area where the decedent was found, so they're directly related to the case. So if anything, if they can't relate them to the defendant, then potentially it would be beneficial to you that shows maybe somebody else was there. I don't know, but it's related to obviously who or something was around. Whether or not they can eventually get to who that was, I don't know, but that's overruled on both of those objections. And will be, again, included as court's number 1 for record purposes.
I understand. Can I still ask him questions before the jury comes?
Briefly.
So, Detective, is it your allegation that there is some identifier associated with this defendant's phone that links this defendant to this anonymized production?
I think we've already gotten there, that he said there's not.
I'd say no, not until, I guess.
Do you understand that in terms of this warrant, that the production protocol advises law enforcement reviewing that anonymized list and excluding people who may be caught up in it that aren't related to the case.
Yes, sir.
Did you do that?
That's all that one thing on it, the one item.
And so, in response to this subpoena, 2 IDs were produced, right?
Possibly.
All right. Well, you've had an opportunity to look at the subpoena response, correct? Would you agree that more than one ID exists in that response?
Hold it.
Is that?
He said, I'll agree.
That's all.
Thank you. Anything else before we bring the jury in? I think obviously just need to take a look at these obviously in the future on what specifically is being requested and what's being given so that we don't run into this in the future. You can bring the jury in. And again, I am going to overrule both objections with regard to States 54 and allow it in for the limited purpose of what it purports to be at this time, which is some data from the area surrounding the Ives residence where Mr. Barnes was found deceased. You know what, that one's good. I think that's good. Yeah, I have the other copy here. All right, let the record reflect the jury is seated, state's attorneys present, defendant and defense counsel are present. Mr. Coleman, you may proceed.
State officers, I don't know, the State 54 was admitted to.
It is over the objections that we've discussed during the break.
Commissioner opposed.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I think during our, I think we had an alternative version on 54 based on what the question mark.
Okay.
I think we may need to modify this.
We just need the original. Okay.
It's on the original DSP. Now it looks like the file's corrupt. There's may need to make a copy from the original.
Okay. Y'all have the original?
I hope so.
for that, link, save it.
Jeffrey Simmons, uncorrupted.
Thank you, Miss Simmons. That's what these youngins are good for. Uncorrupting us old ones.
Detective, just to recap, what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 54.
Hold on. What? Yes, sir.
Two objections. First of all, the one that is not that 010101 was on line 16, so that is not the original version, but also would object to its name, saying that it's Johnson's Google data. And the jury will have it.
Sustained as to the name. Obviously, that needs to be. It's just Google data. So y'all need before we. That needs to be changed, and then. The one that I was looking at wasn't numbered. But that's overruled as to the other.
Detective, we're looking at State's 54.
Yes, sir. Hold on. Yeah.
This is the original. That one is missing that other ID.
What?
That's the original. That file is missing that other ID.
I can't see the whole ID, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Look at line 16. I expanded the ID bracket.
Okay. I can't see the whole ID number on what's on the screen. Can you can you go make it where I can see the, Mr. Coleman, spread it, do what you were doing a minute ago, make it bigger. It's there.
May I continue, Judge?
You may.
Detective, State's 54, just to recap, is a spreadsheet of data obtained from Google pursuant to a search warrant you obtained after you obtained consent to search this defendant's cell phone, correct?
Correct.
All right. There's a pointer there in front of you. It may be useful to grab it, and as we kind of refer to the data on the screen, to point it out. This first column has a very lengthy identifying number without saying who you believe it to be identified to or linked to. What is your understanding of what that ID number represents in relation to either a device or an account?
In rudimentary terms, I guess I could say that this one, that these numbers here.
You've got your head to them, so it's gonna be
Sorry.
hard. There you go.
That the numbers that are.
If you want to stand up, you can stand up. Just make sure that you're kind of facing the jury the best you can and they can hear you.
That these numbers right here, they all reflect a specific account or device.
Is your understanding that that ID follows whatever device it is associated to?
Yes.
Not unlike a IME number for a cell phone. For instance, you may change your cell phone number, but your IME number for that cell phone stays the same.
Correct.
Okay, and your understanding of this unique identifying number for whoever's device is uniquely associated to that particular device.
Correct.
Let's move on to the next column. The next column it represents a date. And the data that you received from Google, was it specific to a particular date?
Yes, it was. It's specific to 9/14 of 2020.
September 14 of 2024. Is that the offense date in this case?
Yes.
Let's move on to the next column. That information in the next column, it has some particular times in that column. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Essentially, generally speaking, what time frame are we looking at? Two to 3 a.m., is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was time from 2:30 to 3:15.
In the a.m.?
The morning, a.m.
On September the 14th,
Yes,
of
sir.
2024. Is it fair to say, I know it's common sense, but I want to be clear and I want the record to be clear. At 2 a.m., 2:30 a.m., 3 o'clock a.m., most people are asleep. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
Not out moving around, pinging off of towers and devices and that kind of.
Correct. The volume is very low.
Let's move on to the next column. And what are we looking at in the column next to the time frame?
That would be the latitude.
Latitude and longitude,
Correct.
usually associated with like GPS coordinates.
Correct.
Is it possible to take those longitude and latitude coordinates and plug it into a GPS map or Google map and print out a map of that location?
Yes, sir.
And the next column there indicates either Wi-Fi or GPS. And I don't know, we've had a couple breaks, and I don't know if we've established this with the jury, but how does this Google data work? What is it doing?
Basically, your phone is like a walking tracking device.
I'm sorry, we can't see. It's probably better to just do it in these
Sorry.
Yeah.
So your phone essentially what goes around is likes to what they call pair and shake hands. It always does it. So if you're constant, so the way you know you have service on your phone is because a tower is sending something to your phone and your phone's returning it back saying, hey, I'm here. If you go by a Wi-Fi, it may be password connected and everything like that, but it's still talking to it, saying, hey, I'm here. So your phone is always constantly and it's always constantly trying to look and partner with stuff. Wi-Fi,
devices,
other Bluetooth devices, the towers and everything like that. It constantly goes.
So even if you turn off your location data on your cell phone, even if you put your cell phone in airplane mode, your phone, particularly a Google phone, still will be creating or searching for, or as you put it, trying to shake hands with other devices nearby.
Yes, sir.
And this is the type of data that you obtain from Google, correct?
Yes, sir.
Specific to September the 14th of 2024, narrowed down to about 2 a.m. to a little past 3 a.m. Taking this data, so let me do this. I want to mark a hard copy of that, and I want to get it into evidence. States 55 here, and that's a representation of what's in States 54 that's up on the screen now.
Yes.
State Officer, State 55 Judge, tender to defense counsel for discussion.
Would object in that it's not identifiable which identifier is applicable to each coordinate in this exhibit.
I think what he's talking about is the sales for the spreadsheet. are not enlarged like I enlarged it on the screen.
Say it again. What's your objection?
After the state expanded the data sheet of what's on the screen, you can see the specific ID numbers, including that one other device that's identified.
It's
That
on here.
particular exhibit doesn't,
It
it's
does.
not identifiable
What he's saying-
which separate device is in that exhibit.
What he's saying is this cell is not expanded. Just, I'll offer it as a summary.
Hold on.
I'll offer it as a summary.
It has it, the one that's different is right here. It's expanded out. You just look at the last number and you can see that that they're different. Right?
Withdraw the objection.
States 55 is admitted.
Using the data that's on the screen, that's in that spreadsheet, I think you mentioned that you can take that data and plug it into a Google map and get, plug it into a Google map and kind of get a location or representation. Did we do that in this case?
Oh, yes.
For each of those longitude and latitudes?
Yes.
Just Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir.
Showing you what I've marked as state's exhibits number 56 through 78, and I'll ask you to flip through these and let me know if these are representations of maps based on those GPS coordinates, the longitude and latitude coordinates in the state's exhibits that's published on the screen right now. Are there any duplicates in here? No?
Yes, they're all mostly duplicate.
Let's take the duplicates out. Because it should only be like 16 acres, right? I think it's only 16 miles.
Haley, how many lines are there total?
There's 28 line including the subject line, Your Honor. That should be a correct representation. I don't believe there's any
I thought it was
duplicates.
only 16.
It looks like you can scroll down still. There's more.
Oh, there's more? Do you think this will assist the jury in understanding your testimony?
Yes.
State officer states, not mixed up. States 56 through 78, Judge. And I'll change it to defense counsel. Objection.
States 56 through 78 are admitted.
Commissioner Fuller, sir.
Yes, sir.
Detective, if it helps, you can use that laser pointer and refer to the screen in front of you. Using that first GPS, set of GPS coordinates, what we have on this representation here is the longitude and latitude along with the time. And what is the time represented on this?
2:40 a.m.
2:40 a.m.
41 seconds.
41 seconds. So at 2:40 a.m. on September the 14th of 2024, a device is looking for a Wi-Fi or some type of connectivity at what address there on ICE?
That one right there is 225 eyes.
And this next exhibit, 57, we are looking at a time frame of 2:42 a.m. Again, still there on ICE, right?
Correct, 2225 eyes.
And it's kind of hard to see. I'll zoom in for the benefit of the jury. But these little squares here on this Google map, what are they representing?
Structures.
Houses?
Houses, structures.
So 225, 2225 eyes is where this thing is pinging at 2:42 a.m.
Yes, sir.
You have any idea what the address is next door to that?
I want to say it's,
If you know.
I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember, based on your investigation, whether or not you obtained a Ring doorbell camera from the house next door?
Yes, it's the next door neighbors. I want to say it's 2205. Don't.
I want you to guess. I mean, if you got your report, and you're not going to look for the report, that's fine. Let's move on to States 58. States 58 is 4:41 a.m. Still pinging. States 59. No, 2:44 a.m. Excuse me.
Yes.
States 59 is 2:46 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Still there, 2225. States 60, 2:48 a.m.
Yes, sir.
States 61, 2:50 a.m. Still no movement. State 62, 2:52. We're still there.
Yes, sir.
States 63, it looks like 2:58 a.m. What, if anything, is different from the previous exhibits, Detective?
It is looking like it's across the street.
All right, it is moved away from 2225 Ive Street to across the street. State 64, 3:01 a.m. Does it look like it has moved back over?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Back over the Ives to the 2225?
Yes, sir.
3:01 a.m. States 65. Is there some movement there?
Yes, sir, just shining with, still within, looks like the property.
State 66, 3:01 a.m., no change. Is that fair to say?
Correct, sir.
3:02 a.m., state 67. I'm gonna let you look at 66. Here's 67. Slight movement, is that fair to say?
Slight.
State 68, still 3:02 a.m. Not much, not any change it appears, is that fair to say?
Yes.
State 69, 3:03 a.m. What's happened there?
It's moved towards the structure.
So we got a little bit of back and forth there. Is that what we have?
Yes, sir.
All right. State 70, we have a device at 3:04 a.m. It's still near that 2225 odds.
Yes, sir.
State 71 at 3:04 a.m. I'll let you look at state 70 compared to state 71. Have we moved a little further away?
Yes, sir.
All right. State 72. Simply a little ways away.
Sir.
State 73. Not much change. 74. How would you characterize 74?
It seems to me moving towards the west, left a little bit.
Okay. Toward Cleveland Avenue there?
Yes, sir.
State 75. I'll let you look at 74 again before I lay 75 on top. What do we have there?
It's slightly moving left.
I'll let you look at state 75 again before I lay 76 on top. 75, 76. What's remarkable there?
It's just north of the, where it was previously.
Still moving further away. State 77, 3:11 a.m. I'll let you look at 76 before I lay 77 on top. What's happening there?
It's moving towards Cleveland.
Even further away, right?
Yes, sir.
And the last coordinate provided by Google was at 3:11 a.m. and it's let's look at 77 before I see it 78 on top, and it's moved even further down. Fair to say?
Yes, it's still the same area.
Still the same. So it's essentially all you got from Google was those 22 points, or coordinates, I should say, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, detective, I'm going to try to do something here with all this data that we got, and I'm going to try to summarize it with your help and the benefit of the jury. Hopefully we can get through this. But we do have quite a bit of data here. Barnes. Of course, you talked to Barnes, Donald Barnes, earlier on in this investigation, right?
Correct.
And here's what I'm going to do.
I was just saying, if Mr. Wilkerson, if you want to move where you can see, you're welcome to, and maybe, I don't know if you have a,
we're going to come back to Barnes. In fact, I'll even do this right out the gate. Information provided by Mr. Barnes. Question marks, now I can see that. But let's start with the information provided by the neighbor. What was the neighbor? Broussard, Frank Broussard. That's where Broussard from. And I'll publish it so that we can get that timestamp. Gotta help me with these numbers. Which beginning was Broussard's? He would have been early, wouldn't he? Number one.
No, that was his cell phone.
3.
34.
34.
It is.
the Ring doorbell camera from 2205 Ives, the neighbor there of the Barneses. If you squint real hard there where he's pointing, you see at about, let's see, 2:34 a.m. A figure or a couple of figures that comes into frame. So 2:34, we see somebody. Let's go back to Mr. Barnes. When did that 911 call come in based on your report? It's like around 3 a.m., right?
259.
2:59. So I'll put that under the Barnes column. I think that's not in dispute even. Yeah, so we put that under the Barnes column. 911 call, 2:59 a.m. All right. The next thing I want to move on to is the Amigos video. There's a timestamp here at the top. I'd ask you to take a look at that. What time are we looking at now when that blue Malibu pulls up?
It says 1:46.
All right. Pause it. We'll create a little column for the Amigos video. So at 1:46, we've got the Malibu, the blue Malibu coming into frame there. I think this is the first time the jury's watched this video in its entirety. I want to pick some things apart in this video. Who's this fella here? Who do you believe him to be? It's about to come in the frame. All right, there.
That's Romeo Johnson.
All right. What does he have on?
White shirt and black shorts.
Does he have tennis shoes on as well?
Yes, white and black tennis shoes.
What did he say he was wearing during your interview?
White and black flats.
Flats is what he said, not tennis shoes. Who's getting out of that or has opened that door on that Malibu? Who do you believe that to be?
Oh, that's Brandon Dunn.
Same person stopped by Detective Serrano on that traffic stop?
Yes.
I want you to focus on what this individual's holding in his hand and what he is about to hand off.
Hands off the gun back to Romeo.
Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take it back and pause it. Maybe hard for the jury to see, but you've watched this video a number of times. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any doubt that what was handed off was a firearm?
Yes, sir. No, I have no doubt.
I mean, you're familiar with firearms. I mean, there's a way that people handle a whole firearm, wouldn't you say?
Yes, sir.
Fair to say you hold that object like that?
Oh, yes, sir. That and with testimony, I mean, talking to people that were there, it all concludes that.
1:47 a.m., we've got Romeo Johnson with a firearm in the Malibu with Brandon Dodd.
Correct.
The next thing, Detective, I'd like to focus on will be the flock camera video.
44 contains all of them. So there's holding cells in the back. There are other courts that use those. Someone's obviously ready to go home, and so we're working on getting him to, or her to be quiet. That's what you're hearing.
So here's what I'll do. I'll mark our little column here as flock video. And the jury will recall the testimony of Lieutenant Courts on the flock video and how it's obtained. And the jury will recall the testimony of Detective Serrant about the license plate on the blue Malibu that was captured on the flock video as it traveled. According to the testimony of Lieutenant Courts, about midnight, we're eastbound on Delaware. 123, we're at 105 in Walker Branch. 105 in East Tech. Right now, what I want to focus on is about at 140, we're at Concord Road. You may be able to see it better than I can over there. The cross street, maybe. Number 6 spot.
The number 6 spot would be Kingston. It'd be by the MLK Middle School.
MLK Middle School.
MLK Elementary School.
Can you speak up, please?
So, MLK Elementary School, I believe.
Plot this one. Number 7, we're at Gulf and I-10 at 1:43 a.m. So the plot video as at 1:43 a.m. You're at Gulf near Now, these systems and these cameras, the Amigo store video time, is it fair to say maybe slightly off? You know, no way to, it would be odd, wouldn't you say, if they were synced or,
Oh, that's perfect.
yeah, perfect. But 1:46 a.m., thereabouts, and these Amigos picked up on a flock camera near I-10 and Gulf Road at around, according to the flock video, around 1:42. Now, at 2:21, headed northbound on Magnolia at Elm. And I direct your attention to that map there and let me know if Ives Street would be in that area just north of where we're talking about.
Yes.
Northbound on Magnolia, using this pointer, could you show the jury where Ives Street would be if that map continued on in relation to where they were?
It's right here. In this area, I'm not sure. I don't think.
Well, let's try this. I've got State's Exhibit number 2. This would probably be a better way to do this. Give you a second to kind of orient yourself with this map. If you find Magnolia, then maybe find Ives Street. Ives Street would be where that red mark is.
Go over to that Magnolia. It's left. So that's the residence. That's Delaware. Go over a little bit, push it to the left side. And that's Magnolia Street right now.
All right, so. And we've heard testimony from Lieutenant Courts that if there are no flock cameras over there in that area of Magnolia and Ives, then flock will not pick them up. But nevertheless, we're rolling 1:43 a.m. Going up north of Gulf at 221 northbound on Magnolia. Is it fair to say headed toward the area of Ives Street? Yes. Now, our next plot is at 2:42. So is it fair to say that about 20 minutes has elapsed from the last flock hit to the next flock hit?
Yes, sir.
Let me put this on my fancy chart here. And 2:42, we're at Delaware and Concord. Lower. I'm not going to be able to get much lower. I'm going to have to raise this thing up next time. Delaware and Concord, and the testimony from Lieutenant Courts was it was headed eastbound away from that area of Ives Street. In your opinion, would it be possible for someone who's traveling up Ives Street, up Magnolia Street, excuse me, in that 20-minute window to swing through there and commit this offense?
Yes, sir.
And the last plot there is at 4:05 a.m. at Delaware and 11th Street. Now, if our map was to continue down, using that corner on the 11th Street, if you continue down a little ways, would you get to the Heritage Inn?
Yes, sir.
So Delaware and 11th Street's not very far from where the Heritage Inn is, correct?
2 minutes up.
Speaking of the Heritage Inn, let's get to that video.
49.
Thank you. Did you happen to write down that timestamp that we marked on the Heritage Inn? Oh, okay.
50 was the summary. 49 was the video clips, and I show 50, that was the summary of Heritage Inn. That helps.
Oh, you're right, I didn't, somebody, thank you, Judge. This is fine. Before we go any further, you see the time stamp up at the very left corner there?
Yes, sir.
Detective? Well, before we get to the time, what's the date?
September 14th, 2024.
In your investigation, did you determine whether or not the timestamp on this particular video was off in any way?
Yes, sir, it was an hour ahead.
It was an hour ahead, right? And we heard testimony from the owner of the Heritage Inn that he didn't change, or they don't change the time on the clock, so he said it could be due to daylight saving time. Heritage Inn. So it says 3:54 there. What would the actual time be based on your investigation?
2:54.
Who's this individual who just came into frame?
B. Romeo Johnson.
Still wearing that same white shirt, black shorts, white tennis shoes from the Amigos video, right?
Yes, sir.
So at 2:54 in our timeline, we've got him there. We've placed him at the Heritage Inn. Just gonna let this run just a little bit. About 1:09, an hour, 9 minutes, and 45 seconds into this compilation video. What's happening here?
Here's Romeo Johnson's running down the hallway with a hand in the pocket.
I have no idea what's in his pocket, but nevertheless, he's running with his hand in the pocket of his shorts.
Yes.
And at about 1 hour, 10 minutes into this video, what's happening now?
He comes back into frame.
Does he have his hand in his pocket now?
No, he does not.
And I think, lastly, we want to look at the GPS, Google data. I think the summary would be that. So we look at state 70, 56 through 78. This way. Come on. Six at 2:40 a.m. Yeah. No. Oh, yeah, we make a call for I-Street. I get to call. And you know, while we've got a number of these, we don't have very much movement here. So the first plot we have is at 2:40 a.m. So I guess we want to have. Thank you. Yeah. All right, and looks like a lot of these, they just kind of sit there. I think what we want to document next is when it's across the street perhaps. Yeah, at 2:58, we're across the street. So, I guess at house, across the street. We've made it bigger, but much neater than mine. Not that it's a competition. At 3:02 a.m., it's back near the house. At 3:04 a.m., it's starting to move away. So just 3:04 moving, or moving away. Okay. 3:09 a.m., it's even further away. $3:11, still further. So I say that to say, Detective, that are there some, is it fair to say there is some serious similarities with the various timelines in this case?
Yes, sir.
Timelines that come from when the 911 call is made, when Broussard's ring camera picks up these figures on the screen, when the possibility that it is feasible that from 1:47 a.m. when Romeo and Dodd are leaving Amigo's store to arrive, given the flock camera timeline there, to arrive at Ives, given the fact that the flock camera says 2:21, you're moving north on Magnolia, and at 2:41, they're at the house in on Ives. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And given the timeline, albeit these times on these various clocks or timers may be off, that after what's been done, or what was done at Ives, that the flock camera at 2:42, thereabouts, would pick that vehicle up, headed eastbound toward the Heritage Inn, and ultimately would end up at the Heritage Inn at 2:54. Does all of that kind of fit within the timeline and your theory of this case?
Yes, sir.
Based on all of the interviews you've done, the evidence and videos you reviewed, this timeline, did you form, well, let me ask you this before I get there. Wouldn't it be, in your opinion, extremely coincidental, or I should say, unfortunate or unlucky, that the Google data, the I Street Google data, would match up with all of the other data for this defendant?
Objection, waiting, Your Honor.
Overruled, go ahead.
Wouldn't it be just, it would be extremely unusual, in your opinion?
Extremely unlikely.
Unlikely is the word I was looking for. Yeah. So based on the evidence, witness interviews, videos, timeline, and your law enforcement training and experience, did you form an opinion as to whether or not this defendant, Romeo Randolph Johnson, committed an offense or offenses on September the 14th of 2024?
Yes, sir.
What was that opinion, sir?
That he committed the murder of Ronald Johnson.
And regardless of whether or not he actually pulled the trigger, did you form an opinion as to whether or not if he either pulled the trigger or was a party to that murder with Brandon Dodd?
Due to the fact that seeing him with the firearm earlier in the day, other testimony was given about that same firearm, and throughout the night, I'd say he had a firearm. I do know that. But what happened in that house specifically, I can't tell you.
But certainly, you've taken into your calculation, in forming your opinion, you've taken into account what was said during that interview with the defendant and what other people said. And let's talk about that interview with the defendant. On the streets, back then, I used to be somebody that would put something on you, like a tax collector. Is it possible that he put something on Ronald Barnes?
Yes.
Thank you, Detective. I'll pass the question.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Mr. Wilkerson?
Yes. Detective, as you were sitting there and the state's attorney was writing these times on this chart, did it dawn on you that the times that this defendant is allegedly, if he's in that vehicle, as you allege, that the times that he's in the vehicle and the time that he's arriving at Heritage Inn, that this, the Ive Street Google data all wouldn't belong to him.
So, what was that last part?
Well, is there any evidence that this defendant left any devices whatsoever at Ronald Barnes' house?
Did he leave devices at on Barnes' house?
Yeah, like electronic devices connected to a network. Did you find any during your investigation?
Just Barnes' phones and everything like that, and phones that belong to family.
But nothing belonging to this defendant, right?
No, sir.
So, when he is at the Heritage Inn at 2:54 in the morning, but you've got Google device pings at the Barnes residence at that time of the morning, how is that this defendant at the Barnes residence?
I do not know why the times
Well,
I need you to speak up, please.
I do not know why the times are like that.
So when at 2:42, when the vehicle is seen on flock camera, there's already pings at the Barnes residence, right?
It appears that was there.
Right? At the same time. Is that accurate? Or very close, a minute within each other, right?
Yes.
How is that possible?
I do not know. I know limited knowledge about that kind of stuff. Timing.
Well, let me ask you this. These videos that you collected through your interviews with and questioning of people like Frank Broussard and getting the surveillance video from Amigos, did you verify at that time whether or not the timestamps were accurate?
Amigos, yes.
Okay, and what about at Heritage?
Heritage, I believe they said it was on there a minute or two. I can't remember.
Right, and so if the state's offering this evidence through those witnesses who are testifying that the timestamps are accurate, save and except for that daylight savings time hour at Heritage Inn, and these are being offered in accordance with that testimony, then we accept those timestamps to be accurate, right?
Thereabouts.
Okay. What video did you review at Frank Broussard's house?
I believe when that video was being reviewed, I was at the station.
Okay, so that wasn't you taking
No, sir.
taking that video.
I believe there was another detective, I'm not sure.
Did Frank Broussard attempt to provide you the raw data?
No, I wasn't able to get it.
I'm sorry?
I wasn't able to get it.
Did you ask for it?
I did, but I assigned it and we didn't get it in time.
With regard to other devices, did you perform extractions on other cellular devices, or not you specifically, but were extractions performed on other cellular devices during the course of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Two of those belong to a person by the name of Justin Berry, correct?
Correct.
Did you turn those over to the state's attorney?
I believe I did, sir, yes.
Would you agree that it would have been important for the defendant to have access to that?
Very.
with regard to, let me ask you this, it's about a 10-minute drive from Concord in Delaware to 2255 Ives, is that
From
accurate?
Concord in Delaware to,
2255 Ives? Sir,
doesn't take that, how long were you saying?
it does not take 10 minutes to get there?
I'd say less, especially in the middle of the night.
Okay, all right, I think, okay. So, would you say 5 minutes?
Not even,
With regard to, well, let me ask you, what is phencyclidine?
encyclopedia?
Yes.
Normally named as PCP. It's a chemical that people tend to inhale. They dip a cigarette in it and they smoke it, and it gets them high.
Is it illegal?
Yes, it's a Schedule 1.
And is it prescribed to humans?
I do not believe so, sir.
Is it in the same class of drugs as things like ketamine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Aren't some of the side effects of PCP intoxication psychosis, agitation, hallucinations, and blurred vision?
I believe so.
Would aggression be one of those side effects?
It can be. I'm not a doctor.
You said that, I believe your testimony was that the defendant in this case was evasive in his responses to you, correct?
Yes.
Who is Brandon Dodd?
Are you asking me who Brandon Dodd is?
Yes, sir.
His name's Brandon Dodd. He's another human being.
Okay. Is he also charged with the same murder?
Yes.
And that's the individual who's driving the blue vehicle, correct?
Yes, the little novel.
Okay. Did you consider his response evasive? His response is evasive.
His responses were a little bit different. They were more controlled and then inquisitive, kind of poking and prodding whenever everyone was talking to him, trying to figure out what I knew, kind of a vibe.
Did you well, you said there was extractions done on 2 devices of Justin Berry. Did you interview him?
Yes.
And did you consider his responses evasive?
Very.
Okay. I completely blanked. I'm sorry. Did I ask you, did you consider Donald Barnes' questioning evasive? I mean, his responses evasive?
At that point of the night and time and the, like, approximately when Ronald was killed, he was as normal as I can think to expect it. He was very, challenging on the questions, like, well, why do you want to know that? Okay, well, this is why. And he was kind of coming forward at it like that, but he was also grieving at the same time.
So, is it typical would you say it's typical for somebody who's involved in some sort of criminal activity to be evasive during questioning by law enforcement?
Typically.
Does that criminal activity necessarily need to be murder? For example, could it be drug dealing, distribution, or drug use? Okay. So there are any number of reasons that somebody may not be completely forthcoming with law enforcement, right?
It's a case by case basis, depending on what that person says, yes.
When you're interviewing the defendant in this case, there's something said about someone identifying someone of his characteristics, physical characteristics, right?
Yes, sir. You're referring to Mr. Johnson.
I'm sorry, yes, sir, the defendant. But that's not exactly true, right? I mean, the police, you can misrepresent things in order to try and get an answer from somebody you think committed a crime, right? And in fact, there hadn't been any representation that somebody of this defendant's shape and size was there, correct?
Ives?
Correct, yes.
Nobody that's alive.
I'm sorry?
Nobody alive, nobody other than the video.
When you say video, do you mean the video from the neighbor, Frank Broussard?
Yes.
It's obviously not clear at all who's in that video.
Private.
So from that video, you can't say with any definitive, in any kind of definitive manner, that that's the defendant in that video, correct?
Correct. I'm just using it as movement tracking.
Oh. So, did you ever talk to Frank Barnes about how many people left the barn? Frank Broussard, I believe I misspoke. Did you talk to Frank Broussard about how many people left the Barnes residence?
I did not interview Mr. Broussard.
Okay. So there was a number of people kind of rattled off back to back when you first started testifying. Can you tell me the people you personally interviewed or were present for the interview of?
It'd be easier to tell you what was not there for it, and he would be one of them. Heritage Inn owner, I think it is. And I believe it's all the other ones that did.
You indicate that, or your investigation indicates that the 911 call was placed at 2:59 a.m., correct? Would you say that those systems are accurate in terms, they're very accurate, right? And so the same, if that's happening at 2:59 in the morning, that is a 911 call being placed from the Barnes residence. And these pings, these location pings, are indicating that this device is at that same location. I mean, in order for this to be associated with this defendant, he would have to be there at the same time they're making that 911 call, right?
Yes, but it also states that they waited 30 to 40 minutes later.
Well, I believe it was not, I believe it was Donald Barnes who stated he stayed in his room for 20 to 30 minutes after he heard the gunshot, right?
Yes.
All right, and then the testimony was, or the information that you elicited was that he went and picked up his nephew, Mark, right? And at that time, he brought Mark back, right?
Yes.
Right. And he told Mark to go in and check on his brother, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And then Mark comes out and gets Donald's phone and calls 911, correct?
I was unsure if you would want to call 911,
Okay.
but I do have the right sheet.
All right. Would you, can you reference that to see if that was indeed Donald Barnes' number?
I'll have to go back and go to the computer and see his number and see the actual run sheet again.
Okay. Would you at least at present agree that it was made from the Barnes residence?
Yes.
And if it was made at 2:59 and Google data at 3 in the morning shows the device that it's insinuated at least is associated with this defendant, that means if that data is indeed this defendant, he's at the house when Mark Barnes is calling 911, right?
If everybody's correct in their times and everything else.
Now, do you recall who you delegated securing the surveillance video from Frank Broussard's house to?
I do not remember.
Presumably, that same surveillance video would have shown the two suspects leave the Barnes residence, right?
If it would have shown.
That surveillance video that Frank Broussard had would have shown the two suspects or perpetrators who, by all accounts, if Donald Barnes didn't shoot his brother, then it would have shown the two people who are alleged to have gone into the house, leaving the house, correct?
Let me break that down. Hold on.
They go in, right?
People go in, yes.
Presumably they leave as well, right? Presumably they leave before Donald Barnes leaves to go get his nephew, right?
Yes.
Do you know any reason why Frank Broussard would testify that two people left after the two suspects left that night? That is, that when Ronald Barnes got into his vehicle and left, would it surprise you that Frank Broussard said somebody left with Donald Barnes?
That somebody left with Donald Barnes?
From the house that night?
Not too bad.
Would it surprise you that Frank Broussard testified that the same person who left the residence with Donald Barnes also testified that that same person, in his words, 90 to 95% certainty, was who returned when he got back, approximately 5 minutes later?
And you get Mr. Mark Barnes?
That's who, of course, Donald has testified to, and I believe it was ascertained during the course of your investigation that Mark Barnes was the person who went to his father and uncle's house after this shooting took place and then called 911, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if Frank Broussard said that actually Donald Barnes and another individual got into that vehicle and left that residence after the two other people, who we'll call suspects in this case, had left the residence, that would shock you, that would surprise you.
Very much.
Do you know who went and spoke with Frank Broussard.
I'm looking at that now, I'm trying to find it.
Okay.
You wouldn't happen to have a direction I could go, right?
Do what?
You wouldn't happen to have a direction I could look, right?
No, sir, I don't.
Yeah. Are you asking which detective that was?
Yes, sir.
I believe it was Detective Gillen.
Gillen?
Yes.
So, how could the defendant have been both at Heritage, seen on security footage at 2 different times, also been at the Barnes residence where this ping, this GPS location, GPS or Wi-Fi Google services or Google location is indicating that this particular device is present at that residence?
I'm surprised.
That would suggest that that device didn't belong to this defendant, right?
Possible.
Isn't it likely that if the defendant is at another location entirely away from the Barnes residence and the data provided by Google says that that device is at the Ives Street address, isn't it actually not just possible but likely that that device isn't with the defendant?
Yes.
That it isn't the defendant's device, correct?
Possibly, yes.
So, with regard to that, since it was intimated that after you dumped the defendant's phone, you sought information from Google, what was secured, I believe I asked you earlier, when I was bordeering you before the jury went out, I asked you what geofencing was. Could you explain that again to the jury?
Geofencing is basically, it's like setting up a digital fence in an area, either be a square, circle, or whatever shape you want to make it. And in some cases, like depending if you're trying to go for a single device or multiple devices, they can dump the tower and send you all the information from Google, who all was in this location at this particular time.
And so you mentioned dumping it from a tower. There's also actually a separate device that you can use to point at, for instance, just one house that's very short range, correct?
Right.
So there are devices that mimic a cell tower that can be used if you want to focus your search area on just one location, right? Like if you're surveilling somewhere where you believe drugs are being dealt, instead of securing a geofence warrant from everybody within a particular radius, you can actually have a device mimicking the cell tower, capturing the calls that are coming out of that residence and going into that residence. Isn't that the case?
Are you asking like a wiretap or?
No, not with a wiretap. Well, actually, yeah, you would have a wiretap because it's the...
Objection, Judge. It sounds like he's testifying. I think what initially he asked was a yes or no question, and now it sounds like he's testifying.
So let me ask this.
Sustained, go ahead.
Are you familiar with that type of technology?
Not too.
Okay. The search warrant that was drafted with regard to securing the data from Google, was that written entirely by you, or did you adopt language and from a prior warrant and kind of mold it to fit your purposes?
I adopted it from ATF agent Michael Pomponi. That's the warrant he used for the robbery unit in Houston.
And so that particular warrant only returned devices in that geofencing location, correct?
Correct.
And that the return of that search warrant had what's referred to as in the return as obfuscated identification, correct? Numbers, those big long numbers, big long string of numbers. And so those are an attempt by the provider to keep the identification of the individuals who are being identified in that area anonymous at first, right?
Correct. They're not trying to just say this is phone number such and such. Yeah.
So then, if you're getting returns that aren't necessarily relevant to your investigation, then you can exclude those devices and seek further information about specific devices, correct?
Correct.
In this case, there wasn't a secondary warrant that sought further information about the devices that were identified in the return of the search warrant, correct?
Correct.
And so there's no way, as you sit here today, to say with any certainty that any of this states 56 through 78 is related to this defendant, correct?
Through my timeline and the areas in which I followed him, everything, including the video, even though the video doesn't show specifically him, it shows me exactly where everybody's standing. And it kind of mimics that. That's why I use it.
Well, I mean, again, we're going back to the timeline, right? But the defendant is at Heritage Inn while this device is showing up at the High Street address, right? I mean, this car is being picked up, driving around.
Don't testify, just ask a question.
While this device is showing up at this residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You said that you were certain that the defendant was handed a weapon at Amigos. Is that one was handed off to him or from him?
And one was taken from him and then given back to him.
Are you saying that the surveillance footage from Amigos shows somebody giving a firearm to this defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine what caliber projectile caused the death of Ronald Barnes?
Possibly either a 380 or 9mm that's in that area.
So a smaller caliber.
They're basically
And ultimately, there was, or at least there's a photograph. Was there a gun recovered in the course of this investigation?
No.
No? Okay. And what you're alleging to be handed off to the defendant, is that, are you able to determine from that video what caliber alleged weapon that is?
After talking to people at Heritage Inn and talking to people at that location, several subjects, they all described it as a small black gun. And literally all the emphasis was on small. They said it wasn't a full size, it was small.
So when you say they, you're essentially,
Small,
your answer is based on statements made out of court or hearsay, right?
And, well, yeah, and the guy who actually handed him the gun.
But he hasn't testified here. The guy who allegedly handed him the gun, right? At some point in the course of your investigation, was a knife recovered from the residence of Ronald Barnes?
Yeah, there was one, but it was after the fact.
Okay. And I know we're rehashing, but I think this was talked about outside the presence of the jury. When you say after the fact, there was, or at least you believe that there's a photograph that shows a knife on the nightstand next to where Ronald Barnes ultimately collapsed and passed away.
Correct.
And so that particular knife, do you know what happened to it?
Well, there was, Detective Gillen was there with the crime scene unit. Everybody was finishing everything up, collecting all the evidence that those crime scene people did. They're the scientists. And they grabbed all the sheets and everything off the bed and all the other stuff. He said he told me at one point he picked up the knife and then put it on the thing.
Would that have been before or after Ms. Hargroder from CID took all of the photographs?
We already released the house button. Like, that was like one of the last things to do. Like, the crime scene tech was done, the scientists, the crime scene,
So presumably then, there are photographs of this knife separate and apart from, well, let me ask it this way. Was that knife ever taken into the possession of Beaumont Police Department?
So 4 pictures were taken by the lady who found it, and then she drove to the police station and handed it to me.
Okay. Were additional photographs with measurements of this nature, rulers or measuring devices taken regarding that knife?
I do not believe so. Yeah, don't believe.
Was there blood on that knife?
Yes.
Let's see. Of course, the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's marked Defendant's Exhibit 16. Is that the knife that we're talking about?
Yes.
Now, is that the photograph that y'all were provided by, you said somebody recovered it and brought it to you? Is that a photograph that you took or that was provided to you?
I think it was provided to her, if I remember correctly.
Without being able to remember if you took it or if it was provided to you, can you testify that that photograph is a true and accurate representation of that knife?
The knife that I got, that the lady brought to me, yes.
Yes. Offer Defense 16 in evidence, John?
Judge, I think
This witness is not the proper witness to authenticate this photo of this knife. Someone handed him a knife, and what Mr. Wilkerson is trying to say is that this knife came from the scene. This witness can't authenticate.
That's overruled. I think he just did. 16 is in.
And that's not real clear, but that's the knife that we were discussing, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is the one that you said had been on the nightstand near where the decedent collapsed, correct?
Yes, sir, 'cause whenever they called me about this, I was it was very weird. I mean, the crime lab, our people, all the detectives, all of a sudden, there's just a knife that's sitting on the bed on the corner exposed.
Again, Judge, he's saying what he heard through hearsay, secondhand, that someone told him there was a knife there at the scene. He's not the proper witness to authenticate.
Did you see the knife at the scene?
No, I saw it.
Okay, I'm going to retract what I did. State 16 is not admitted. I'm going to sustain that objection and instruct the jury to disregard state's number 16.
Okay. You said at one point that one of the detectives actually picked it up and put it on the bed, correct?
That's what he told me.
And so, I'm sorry to ask again, was that Gillen?
Yes, sir.
Now we've determined after a lot of examination that these can't be attributed to the defendant. When I say these, I mean the location data provided from Google.
That's a mischaracterization, Judge, of the testimony. What he's saying is a definitive statement that these can't be attributed to the defendant. That's a misrepresentation of the testimony.
Sorry, as we sit here today, there is no way to connect.
Let him finish his sentence.
As we sit here today, you have no way of connecting these locations to the pings to this defendant, correct?
I would object to that, Your Honor, because there is a way, particularly through the timeline in his investigation, if that's the way he chooses to connect it to.
Overruled. He can answer the question if that's what his. Go ahead.
As we sit here today, and you're testifying here today, there is no way to attribute this location data to that defendant to any degree of certainty, is there?
I wouldn't say that. I would say there's some possibility that it's not.
So there's a possibility that it is and a possibility that it isn't.
Yeah.
And based on this timeline that the state's attorney referenced, and this 911 call taking place at 2:59 a.m. and the pings on States 78 taking place at 3:11 a.m., going back to 75 at 3:07 a.m., going back to 67 at 3:02 a.m., going back even further to 63 at 2:58 a.m., all at that Ives area, right? The timeline doesn't connect those to the defendant logically, does it?
There's some discrepancies, yes.
Um. Do you know if Beaumont Police Department has in its possession an extraction of the buried devices?
Yes.
It does continue to have those extractions in its possession? Okay. And what, did you perform any extraction on the device, the cell phone associated with Brandon Dodd?
I got it, the only one that, there is one for the Brandon Dodd, but it's Brandon Dodd Jr.
And so, I believe what you're saying is that, you secured a warrant or had permission to access Brandon Dodd Senior's device, but it belonged.
Hold on, what he said, but that's not what he said. The defense counsel's testified.
But it belonged to his son, is that accurate?
Yes, the phone belonged to his son.
Okay. Was it in Dad, Brandon Dodd Senior's possession?
They were both together when they stopped the car. They were two phones. So, and one had pictures of Junior and I believe his girlfriend or something like that. And then the other one had nothing that could identify like a background picture or anything like that.
And were they loose in the vehicle or were they
Center console?
Center console? And so when Brandon Dodd was pulled over, his son was with him as well?
Yes.
Did Brandon Dodd Sr. give permission to review one of the cellular devices, or both of them, that were in the vehicle?
So, Brandon Dodd Jr. stated that they were both his. So we asked for the code for one, just to prove it, or the phone number, I'm sorry.
Objection, this is hearsay, Judge. All this is hearsay.
Were you the one who pulled him over?
Sorry.
You weren't there that pulled him over, right?
I would arrive eventually.
Okay.
But he's testifying to what Brandon Dodd told him. And Brandon Dodd is not on trial here, Judge.
Sustained.
Brandon Dodd has been indicted for this murder, correct?
Correct.
I want to ask you, separate and apart from the Google data, regarding the extraction of the defendant's phone. In that extraction, there was, as far as the device locations are concerned, well, did you review reports in conjunction with the extraction of the defendant's cell phone?
I reviewed his cell phone report, yes.
And so as far as location data, do you recall any from September 14th?
No, it was as if it vanished.
Mr. Wilkerson, about how long do you think?
Honestly, I think I'm just about done.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not certain. I probably need to open this, so I think this would probably be a good stopping point for today.
All right, so we're already after 5. Unless everyone wants to agree to stay for another 30, 40 minutes, we'll go ahead and break for the afternoon and get started tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Please keep in mind all of the instructions that you were previously given. If everyone else would please remain seated in the courtroom, you are excused until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. No, I saw some head nods. I'm not going to call anybody out, but I saw some head nods.
No one.
All right, let the record reflect the jury's outside the presence of the courtroom. Anything that either of you need to take up before we break for the evening?
Yes, Your Honor. I really need the Justin Berry extractions so I can make a determination as to whether there is anything potentially exculpatory on there. We know there's potentially incriminating evidence. I've never actually seen it. I've only read it in a report. I don't have the Berry extractions, and I don't know if there's anything potentially exculpatory there. So even though it may not be admissible at this point, I still need an opportunity to review it before, preferably before
Yeah,
the
tomorrow morning.
detectives.
Yeah.
Can you get that this evening and get it to
I can
me?
meet you at the station if you want to, I can bring them right now.
That would be great. Okay, if y'all will get that taken care of, thank you, Detective. Also, I know you'll be busy doing other things, but I would like you both to start taking a bit of a close look at that charge. I feel like we'll get there at some point tomorrow, and so I want to be ready for anything potentially that you see. I can be working on it up here. If you can kind of give me some direction in the morning if there's something major that either of you want me to take a look at. Okay?
Okay.
Anything else?
One more thing. I think I'm gonna need to call Detective Gillen. I don't have him subpoenaed. He's on the state's witness list. Mr. Coleman has represented that he did not issue subpoenas for the witnesses. And so I don't have a subpoena of the state to rely on. Would the court?
I would think that Detective Gillen would be amenable to making himself available. I don't think typically they don't require subpoenas to come testify for the state. If not, then we need to get a subpoena ready and have him served tomorrow first thing. But Mr. Coleman, I think just for the sake of judicial and economy, if you'll please reach out to him and let him know.
I'll reach out to him.
If you will, just see if he could please be available, have himself here and available tomorrow morning, that would be great. Probably not at 9 maybe, but by 10 o'clock I would think that would be a reasonable time to have him here so he's not waiting around too long. Thank you very much. Anything else?
That's all, Judge.
Okay, we'll be in recess till tomorrow morning. Y'all know how to get in touch with me if you need anything.